Hello, hello. It's Tuesday. I have started a bit early today. It's currently 7:50. I normally start in about 40 minutes. So I don't know who's going to be here, but I want to work on perf stuff and just get as much done as we can. I spent a couple more hours last night working on some things. I had, I'm just going to make up a number, like 60 modified files. I got it down to just this, which are just fake changes at this point. But yeah, that took a lot of commits to get to that point. If we look at this, when did I work on this stuff? Man, I don't like the UTC time show everywhere. 10:30 UTC up to, well, once I made the commits, I guess it went pretty fast. Yeah, 10:40. All right, well, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Hey, Flair. Hey, Atomic Man. All right, so that's the goal. I want to investigate perf of starting and stopping a battle. Yeah, so we have Rider now, and I have something here to measure perf, and I don't know exactly what I need to do for this. Profile is sampling, tracing, timeline, line by line. All right, let's just try tracing and see what happens. I've never done this before. So let us see how it goes. Because I've only done the sampling stuff, and yeah, I don't know how this is going to work. Why do I have two of these open? That was... Wait, what? Yeah, I think this worked. Okay, so I want to start some battles. And then I guess I want to flee those battles and then start them again. And then flee them and start them again. And then stop everything. I don't think that was probably the right way to do things. Yeah, I probably should have learned how this worked before I did that. Profiling with tracing finished. Yeah, I probably need to take some snapshots. Yeah, whoops. Okay, let's try that again. Profile with tracing. Okay, so get snapshot. Get snapshot and then start recording. What? What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, nice. This is pretty much what I want. The blue icon is sleeping. What is this? What does connecting to the Godot editor even do? I mean, I can get that profiling still, but I didn't know that was even a feature. Yeah, I wonder what that's about. All right, so yeah, this looks like what I want. And can we delete these? No, you can't. Okay, that's fine. All right, so I want to start a new game, or I don't know, just continue a game. I guess it doesn't really matter. And then just close out of all these things. So we go take a recording and then start an instance, start an instance, start an instance, and then stop. So what happened in that time? Because something here is too heavy, I think. Scroll container with scroll shortcuts. 21,000 calls in that time? Was this from process? How far down do we have to go before we find the call? I think I know what this is. This is the just C# overhead of having literally anything in your scene. Yeah. This is not my code exactly. And it's kind of a shame about this. But interesting that this is happening. Input is visible in tree. This isn't worth super looking at, I think, but in input we do this check to make sure this thing is actually present. Maybe what I should do is just have a Boolean here. Yeah, and like have a listener and then set the Boolean in the listener. Some of this stuff is kind of obnoxious, so you need to even do this. But I don't think it's worth doing because this is such a small amount of time. I do want to find, I guess there's a flame graph. And then what is this? Oh, you can open two things at once. How do you scroll this? Oh, there's no need to scroll because it was already zoomed out all the way. Huh, interesting. I don't see the sorts of things that I would have expected here. I would expect there to be something about battles here. But yeah, I don't see anything about battles. I wonder if I did this wrong. Hey, Franken. Huh. Strange. Let's try again really fast. Start recording. Create an instance. Speed up. Flee. Create instance. Flee. Create instance. Flee. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it says 100% all calls. Oh, wait, here we go. Run worker. It's just waiting for stuff a lot of the time. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Then timer thread, wait. Yep, okay. And then this is probably waiting as well. Yeah, so 90% of the time it's just waiting. Then 10% of the time it's doing this stuff. And this is all the Godot stuff that I have no control over. Hear anything from JetBrains? No, not yet. Hey, Cuddlefish. I was expecting to see something spike here. So we're looking at the performance of starting and stopping battles, and I don't see them register at all. In fact, you know what I should probably do is search for something with battles like this. Yeah, almost nothing is happening in battles. It says less than 0.01%. Why is it taking so long to show this stuff then? Maybe instance? Unfortunately, instance is a very overloaded word. Good morning, Xyletics. Hey, Phil. Hey, yo. Thanks for the resubs, Xyletics, and welcome in, everyone. We're doing some performance profiling to try to find out why do battles seem to make the next frame take longer. I don't think it's related to garbage allocation, because as soon as I start a battle, the next frame is immediately higher than 30 milliseconds. So yeah, why is that? And I've never used this thing before. Hey, Pressel. Yeah, we're at 28 days remaining. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that even sounds like a problem. It's not accurate. It's not for accurate time measures. You use sampling or timeline. Thank you, Blub. Let's look at timeline. Because the sampling thing, well, anyway, let's just try this and see what happens. And I guess it doesn't need to have a bunch of battlers. So what am I looking at right now? I still need to do the get snapshot thing. Okay, that's fine. So let's do get snapshot and then start recording. Create debug speed up, close. Create debug speed up, close. Create debug speed up, close. And then stop that. And then open this. Wait, this doesn't look any different. What am I supposed to do? Is becoming old? I've got it written down somewhere in my calendar. Yeah, I was expecting to see something different here. And let's just close up all these things. All right, I should probably look at how you're supposed to do this. Profile with timeline. What does this do? Collects temporal data about thread states, application events, other multi-threading data. Recommended for most cases, especially for analyzing multi-threaded apps. This sounds like what I want. Then what do I do? Maybe we stop this and it'll show something interesting? I don't know. No. Hey, Dad, game time? I feel like we're in a permanent game time mode. I want to put in as much time as possible toward this stuff. And I want to get another release out, and I want to fix some issues that have been around, and eventually circle back to perf. I did a really stupid thing when it came to perf. I should have looked into this a little bit sooner so I know which patterns to avoid. I still don't believe in premature optimization, but you shouldn't wait until like 28 days from launch. Put a bug report in the skeleton seller Discord. Okay, let me take a look. Cloud saves are not working properly on Linux. Tested with Steam Flatpak and native. Also confirmed that another game from my library has working cloud saves. Skeleton seller game saves and loads from there. Oh, I might have. I might have messed something very basic up here. Oh boy, which I hope isn't going to break people on the forums, the Steam's discussion forums. I had a save command, and it said that on Linux it's supposed to save here. Downloads, uploads, saves from here, but the game loads and saves from that. Let me take a look at my settings really fast. I might have made some like basic mistake. I'm not sure. Demo. Steam Cloud. All right, this doesn't do anything. Oh man, all right, release. We gotta put this in the URL. I'm doing this off screen purposely because you're not supposed to show this Valve stuff. They have an NDA thing at the bottom of some pages. Okay, but here's what we have. So this is where the files are. This is where Steam Cloud looks. These should match. Hey, neural net. I gotcha, Atomic Man. Uploads the wrong locations and the UI reflects that since it keeps telling me about a different save on the cloud. Whoops. Local share persisting file. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong here. I don't think I even understand this, but I should just say this for later. Thank you for reporting it, Blob. Whoops. All right, we'll write this down here, I guess. Fix cloud saves on Linux. Yeah, I'll say see bug reports on Discord. Okay, so I'm still not sure what I'm doing with this profiling with timeline. How do you use this? Yeah, how do you use this? Get started with timeline profiling. Where is the actual timeline? I didn't see this. Start timeline profiling. Choose the timeline profiling type. Process of gathering snapshots is the same. Simply click get snapshot and wait. To analyze them, use a separate .trace component called .trace viewer. Do I still have this running? No, I closed it. Well, how am I supposed to do that? All you do is slice and dice the collected temporal data using filters. So where are the filters? Where do you do this? .trace viewer. Is from .trace, not Rider? They don't have this built into Rider? I thought .trace was part of this stuff. There's .trace right here, right? If I hit save, what does this do? DTP. Okay. It's probably the same general data, right? I still don't get why I don't see battle stuff in here. Like at some point, there should be some Skeleseller stuff. If I search for scene scripts. Yeah, there's just not a lot of this. What is this one? Jump to source. Jump to source did nothing. Health change, move next. I guess because this isn't a direct correlation to something in source. Life bar component. Yeah, this one exists. What is this doing? Oh, this probably doesn't look good. Invert it to reduce nesting, yeah. This is every single time your health changes too. Oh, man. Although we do have this to check to see if we're already animating. I don't know if this is the problem. Hey, Vile. You know you had courses? Usually people advertise those heavily. They're all free courses now that are just on YouTube. I kind of gave up on all of that stuff. I don't know if any of them are even really all that worthwhile anymore. Dev efficiency is. But like I said, they're all on YouTube. I don't even think this site works anymore. I've just given up on it. So the name Adam Learns, I used to have the name Adam13531 on here, which had no real branding. It's just what I used on the internet for a lot of things. And in 2020, I switched to Adam Learns to try to work on pretty much like course content, just learning tech stuff. And I don't know, I didn't really have a big plan. And that was right at the beginning of the pandemic. So I worked on it for like a couple months or 3 months. I made that site. I made some courses. There were some sales. I don't think that you would just go from like zero to selling a ton of courses immediately. So eventually I pivoted. Anyway, it's not worth explaining everything that happened there, but that's what resulted in the name and like some of the branding you see. And I've been thinking for a while, like, should I switch from Adam Learns to something related to game dev? And I keep thinking, well, then what if I switch away from game dev at some point? Like, what if I go back to random tech stuff? So I just thought Learns is like an evergreen verb for me to use. Adam Learns. Well, the other thing too, I keep thinking about is like, whatever I make my name, when I raid people on Twitch, they're going to comment on the name that they see. So they'll be like, oh, what are you learning? Or something like that. And if I hit Adam Learns or something, they'd be like, what? Hey, Kappa. All right, I was expecting to just see something kind of easily pop up here. And I'm not. I wonder if what I should do is just like spam creating instances. So somewhere we have the cheats menu and we call create instance. Yeah, here it is. Cheats menu.debug create instance. Yeah, what if we just call this every single frame? Or like pretty often. Or just maybe when you press page up. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. There. Now every time I press page up, it's going to do this thing. So let's go try running this again. Adam devs. Yeah, but then what if I'm mentoring? No one cares about Adam. I mean, I care about it a little bit. It is okay. So here's what's kind of strange. I don't have like one place to direct people to. So I'm making Skeleseller. We now have a Skeleseller Discord. We have skeleseller.com. I'm going to eventually make the next game, and I'm not going to reuse that Discord. I'm not going to reuse the site. So I probably should have been doing company stuff. Like I should have done like an autonomous Discord or something like that. So I was thinking like, all right, well, that's where Adam Learns comes in. But then it's not the same. I think it's a little bit confused, and I think that's probably not helping people. Hey, Syracuse. All right, so we have this thing running again. Let's try it out. Get snapshot. We just press page up a bunch of times. We should see this appear now, unless it's actually starting the battle. Whoops, did I do that right? I think I did that right. I don't want this to be recording. There we go. All right, open snapshot. What are we looking at here? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Get viewport. Yeah, I don't see anything crazy, but I'm still not sure what I'm doing exactly. Yeah. Like, this isn't 48 seconds of time. Strange. Built a sizable Twitch community in my mobile app Discord for an app that I was building. Now the mobile app has died and they're all in that Discord. Yeah, and it's... I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. It's like you probably want there to be something that's app specific, because otherwise you have some company or a developer Discord, and then what happens if you join a different company or you rename, or people only care about app 1 but not app 2. So I don't know. At some point, maybe I'll figure this out years later that, oh, I made a mistake and I should have done this years ago. Okay, well, what else did Blub say here? It's use sampling or timeline. I mean, I guess you could try the sampling way. This is probably more like what I'm used to. Although this is just using .NET Trace, I think. Kind of strange that all they have... Oh, they have a snapshot that's being created here. Okay, so let's try this. I'm going to create a battle, speed up. Create a battle, speed up. It might also be that this isn't doing anything that would register on a CPU level. Maybe there's some like other slowdown here. All right, so there's our snapshot. Open this. All right, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to use these tools, apparently. This is the one thing that I thought was easier, at least with .NET Trace. Or maybe this is working exactly as expected, and I'm just not doing very much. But then I don't have an explanation for what's causing the slowdown. If I look at the flame graph here, we should see all the battle stuff happen toward the end. How do I just focus on that part? I guess just keep zooming in. Why doesn't the scroll wheel? Oh, the scroll command scroll works. All right, but this is loading. This is loading. And then we have the actual game stuff here, and there's almost nothing going on. What does clicking this do? I can't see what this is supposed to be. Wait, maybe this isn't working at all? No, something's wrong here. None of this is the battle code. Well, that's strange. That is strange. What am I missing here? Main thread? Something's wrong. Yeah, something's wrong. All right, let's try this again, but now without any of the loading stuff there. Good, whatever, great. All right, there, let's try that. Hey, Topher, 5 streams. You're well on your way to becoming a super fan. strange. Yeah, very strange. I think I'm doing something wrong. No, this is probably create instance. Yeah, debug create instance. It just makes it sound like it's not taking that much time. So what would be slowing this down? We don't ever call free, do we? No, I think every single call is queue free. I could just search for where the regex here. There. No, yeah. I'm explicitly right that we don't call free. So the only place it shows up in the code is in a comment. All right, because I was going to say, if we immediately freed stuff, maybe that could have... No, that still wouldn't make any sense. So then I guess I'm understanding this correctly, and my assumption about I'm going to see some huge outlier here is just not true. But why? Looking at perf for opening battles and showing the end screen, I don't see any major outliers, or at least not problematic ones. Yeah, strange. I'm not totally sure what to do. I thought... Yeah, I don't know what to do. Looking at Steam Deck hangs and localization string lock issues. We're trying to. And I just don't understand something. Like, we see frame stutters happening, and if I start extra battles, do they happen more often? This is a 37. So 38 now, 39. So yeah, as I start more battles, it's happening. I'd expect something to bubble up to the top. It's not all that often, though. Assume it's not an issue unless the profiler's not capturing well. And I just don't know how to figure out why then a frame is taking as long as it is. I guess it's possible that one of these things does not look like it's a lot of time, but it's all contiguous and it's like 20 milliseconds right at the start of a battle. I still think hotspots would probably show that. Have you tracked your perf gains? How much more FPS now or less stutters? It's hard to do this in a structured way. I have very likely improved quite a lot, and I think there's still a lot of improvement left to do, and I do want to move on to other things if I can. So yeah, I don't have like concrete numbers on this stuff, which is not a good thing. I'm just going to let this run for a bit. I see the number of stutters increasing. Let's wait until it hits like 53 and then stop this. There's 52. 53. Okay. Physics process get adventurers. I can cut this out, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, this is over the course of, was that 15 seconds? And we spent a very tiny amount of time doing this stuff. Now you can see what happens on the Godot side. It might be. But I need to trace it to what user code I'm doing, I think. Yeah, I think that counter is good. I would expect it to see something it correlates to over here. Huh. Like we only ran, what, 10 battles or something? So yeah, maybe this is pointing to a problem. I mean, I don't know how many battles that was over 15 seconds. I probably should have counted. Because I was going to say, if it were 10 battles, that means that each one of these is taking 10 milliseconds to run. That actually would be a problem. And maybe these things are already problems. I'm not sure. This is something I already know I could be improving here. I could cache the adventurers that we have, and then we just cut this kind of node out, this call. And I guess every time we do this too, we're asking Godot to allocate more stuff, so we'd fix 2 things. All right, how about this? Let's just count the number of battles that we have. So start recording. There is 1, 2. I want to get it to 5. 3, 4, 5. All right, so 5 battles over 22 seconds. But now we could see if anything's problematic. I don't see the end of battle stuff here, huh? Yeah, huh. Check for end of battle. Huh. Hey, Goose. Hey, TJ. Early birds. Me and the goose. What does hotspots look like? How do I close the call tree? Native functions, native functions, native functions. None of this stuff is even my code. I'm not totally sure what to do. Like, what I'm seeing is on Steam Deck, starting a battle causes the next frame to take more than 30 milliseconds without fail. I'm pretty sure without fail. So, like, I would expect to see something here. And I guess we are, and maybe I'm just thinking about this wrong. Like, Godot doing something means that something's happening here. And yeah, over the course of 5 battles, maybe this is the problem. I just don't have any insight into what that is. Nothing from your code showing up feels odd. Well, how about this? Okay, let's try tackling this a different way. Let's go into Instances Manager and see what happens when I make a new battle. So we make an instance slot somewhere. Let's look for add child. Here it is. So instance slot, instantiate, and then set a whole bunch of stuff. Then don't we have an init here? We have ready. Ready's getting some nodes. Then we initialize. There's create walking to portal. That should always have, oh, unless you're on the end battle screen already. But then when we actually start the battle, so like they get to the portal. Set is in portal. I think then this calls something here. I don't know where it is. Yeah, strange. There should be something here that handles this. Yeah, bizarre. I guess for generation complete. Yeah, start next battle. So what does this do? We get the adventurers, we get the instance ID. Make sure they're all ready, then call create instance. Create instance is already going to have an instance slot. They're going to be at full life. Then we're going to initialize the instance slot. First clear stuff. Force stop ongoing battle. Bleed battle. This is probably not too crazy. Yeah, just calls it ended. Which does some other stuff, but like, what is that? Is any of this important? I don't think so. It's now coming back up to here. We have free adventurers from battle. I mean, I think this could be a little bit better, but it's not too crazy. And we don't have that many adventurers. Cancel party in transit. Yeah, that probably shouldn't be an issue. Free all this stuff. Okay, so then what do we get to? Viewport.add child instance. And make an in battle screen. Is this thing heavy? I don't think this is. The battle system might be. There's create here. Make the instance itself. And then call setup systems. We are creating a bunch of things in here. Yeah, I don't know. I could profile this particular thing and just see how long does any of this take? Hey, Method. You ever take a snapshot of your original performance, do a before and after comparison? No, well, not really. I could always commit and then go back to that commit at any point. So I guess that means I could go back in time to when I had none of this stuff. And then I could measure what's the difference. The issue is that it's not very scientific. Like the only thing we have frames that take too long is the problem. So now we have a way to detect that. We never counted and averaged over, let's say, like 1 minute to figure out how much has it changed by. I'm sure it's gotten better. I don't know the exact numbers. Is it Godot's profiler? This is Riders. You can intentionally add a super taxing while loop or something to see if the profiler is even hitting your code at all. It should be, and yeah, I could do that. But one thing I want to try really fast first is I have some code from over here, and I want to use this in creating an instance, or maybe just creating a battle. I'm not actually sure what I want to do here. This is create instance. Yeah, so I want to put this here. All right, now we need tick counts up there. And we need to include anything, just stopwatch, I guess. And then it prints out an average over a number of calls. Let's just have it be 5 calls so this isn't too crazy. Otherwise, it's going to take a long time. What about queue free? Is that related to the free you were looking for earlier? I'm guessing not, now that I see it again. It's sort of related. So free would free immediately. Queue free defers it until the next frame. Either way, it shouldn't cause garbage allocation or garbage collection immediately. Does it have a filter on? Because it says own plus system, which I assume it only shows system related stuff. What's that? Hide system function. I guess just the waiting stuff is stuff that isn't showing up here. But I think that's the only filter that I have. Yeah. Hey, Craze. It's going okay. I'm still not making any real progress today yet, though. Oh, yeah. I do see my code in the profiler, yeah. Hey, Matt. How are you feeling about current performance? If you had a launch in the current state? It's not the end of the world. It's not great. But I also don't think I can keep focusing on this stuff any longer. I think we just need to start doing other things. Whoops. So let's go run this. Oh, I could just run it even with, I could run it like this. All right, so just new game, whatever. Actually, no, you know what? I will continue the old game. So here we have a battle. I'm gonna, well, no, let's not even speed it up. Yeah, I'll just let this run. It's got to get to 5 times before it's gonna do anything. But even there, it's like I just saw it stutter a little bit. So I bet our max time we're gonna see is actually gonna be decently large. It should print out now. Yeah. All right, so maximum amount of time was 72,000 microseconds, which is 72 milliseconds, which is probably the issue here, right? Because that means that all this stuff is taking a very long time. Yeah, I think it is this. But what in this is taking a long time, I wonder? I tried timeline profiling with dot trace. Might be worth a try. Has more filters at least. Am I doing something wrong? I never saw this view, I'm pretty sure. I think I am doing something wrong because I didn't even see the analysis tab. Oh, that's a standalone dot trace. Well, okay. So I think this has the core of the problem in here somewhere. And I need to figure out which one of these is the most expensive call. It's probably this. Well, it's got to be that. Because I don't think anything else is actually that crazy, right? Well, that's why we have a stopwatch. So I guess let's try this out. So elapsed microseconds. I don't care about this. I just want to print out how many microseconds that was. Elapsed. Or maybe we print it like that. Elapsed microseconds. Elapsed divided by 1,000. Okay. So is there a stopwatch reset? There is. All right, I want to try this on all of this stuff. So instantiating the instance. Then does star also reset? Start new? Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do that. So I could, oh no, I didn't know you could do that because that's what I'm doing. Oh, there's restart. Ah, that's better. Restart. Okay, so now I want to do this everywhere else. Maybe here. And then here. And then say what we're actually doing. Instantiation. This is initialization. And this is extra stuff. I don't know. If we see it as an outlier, we'll look in with that. Anonymous functions hit the GC a little hard, right? If they capture something, they do. Otherwise, I don't think they do. But I don't think this is garbage collection stuff. I think this is just me taking time doing something. And I don't know what it is yet. So if I hit debug speed up, instantiation took 3.5 milliseconds. Even that seems crazy to me. But then initialization, it says it took 72 milliseconds. Yeah, it seems to identify this as the problem. And I'm guessing it comes from instance.init. I mean, at this point, I'm just adding my own profiling essentially, which I'm not too happy about. So this is just instance.init. And as mentioned, I think this is going to be the problem here. Instance.init. And then we need to drill into this a little bit more to find out why. Man, might as well just put that in there now, huh? Okay, so create instance. Like, I wonder if this isn't going through the resource cache. Is resource loader our thing? Oh my god, it's not. Okay, hold on. Maybe we should have just been using resource cache this whole time. Oh god, can you imagine? Can you imagine if that turned out to be the problem? So funny. We shouldn't have any of these calls, especially not in a hot path. Oh my god. All right, well, that's probably the issue, but let's just keep looking at this. So we get to init here. Oh man. All right, then stop over here and delete that. All right, so this one is, what are we doing here? Create instance. And this is setup systems. Cool. Want to compare the results that you get with stopwatch? Oh, hey, how'd you get that? Yeah, instance slot init is taking forever. Why didn't I see that? Why didn't I see that? So hold on a second. Basically, what I'm understanding is .trace, the standalone tool, is just better than whatever they provide in Rider. Because like .trace, the non-standalone tool, okay. So the question is why? Because I'm pretty impressed by the rest of what I've seen with Rider. All right, I should probably write this down. Apparently the standalone .trace is better than the one exposed through Rider. But here's what I think is tricky. And if I don't look into this, I'm never going to answer this question for myself. But shouldn't I be able to see the same information over here? And why am I not? But anyway, we just opened this up again. So I bet if I click continue and then we look at the profiling for this. So it prints out that instance init is taking 92 milliseconds, then 6. I'm guessing this can spike. And I'm guessing it can spike, especially if I just click that button. And now I wait, and then I do it again. Where were they fighting? The volcano? I don't think so. I think they were in the forest. Well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll just repeat in the forest later. So there is the forest one. Instance init took 7 milliseconds, which, by the way, that itself is already kind of a problem, right? 7 milliseconds is huge for us to be doing something that's as often as battling. Now, if we start it again after waiting some amount of time, it's just to make sure Godot didn't have this cached. Yeah, it's taking like 6 milliseconds. And then what else do we have here? Setup systems is taking 6 milliseconds. What's that doing? This is using the resource cache at least. But what is taking time here? Strange. I don't see a problem with any of that stuff. Oh, this. Oh. Yeah, well, we're calling instantiate scene there. That one's okay. What are we doing over here? What? Oh, that's virtual. I looked at the wrong thing. We want to go find it in the regular battle system. Battler, create battler, instantiate scene. This should also be the resource cache. Yeah, okay. That's probably okay. Initialize abilities. Does that run on enemy headed? Oh, interesting. Standalone tool also has percent per line. Oh, interesting. Very weird to me that they don't have that in the IDE version of it. Okay, so there are a couple of concerning things here. Instance init taking time, I think we can fix just by using the resource cache right here. Resource cache. Okay, so before we were seeing times like 6 milliseconds. Let's just try that one change and see what that does. Because I think this is going to lower it down to almost nothing, which is pretty significant. But then we got to figure out why the other ones are taking a long time. All right, so click the button. First time might take a while. I don't care about that. The second time, it's still taking the same amount of time. That's strange. Oh, wait, no, create instance is what I should have been looking at. Create instance went down to, 0.2, but I don't know what it was before. So I guess let's put resource loader back in. So now this is the bad code, and I need to look at the correct thing there. It does have a trial. So is that not part of .ultimate, though? It should be, right? It looked like it was. Because if I have it in the IDE, shouldn't I have access to the standalone version? It is, yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because they have a pricing page that says .trace is there. So I guess it's .trace and .trace standalone. All right. Well, let's keep going. Continue. I just want to look at create instance and nothing else. Create instance, is not actually taking that long. Huh, strange. Even if I do this. All right, so the main things are coming from this stuff. I don't need microseconds. If it doesn't register as a millisecond, then I probably don't care about it. But these things definitely register. And let's just delete all the cruft here. 6 milliseconds, 6 milliseconds, and 10 milliseconds. So yeah, there's no reason why this shouldn't use the resource cache, but I don't think that's going to have any impact on anything. The extra stuff doesn't matter. Let's just delete that. We don't need to restart the stopwatch if we're not going to do anything with it. Initialization is encapsulated by this other stuff, so we don't need to look at this anymore either. Well, we could at least get the roll-up of it, I suppose. Yeah. Although, doesn't something not add up there? Shouldn't these numbers, init and setup systems, roll up into this? There's a init. No. Oh, it's just saying setup systems is taking a long time. Okay. I understand. It's like 2/3 of the time that we're taking. So yeah, what in setup systems is doing that? This does not look that crazy to me. It's probably in here, battle system in it. All right, let's get our profiling code. So yeah, I'll do this, and we'll cover everything in the top half of setup systems, and just give me the milliseconds, and then the bottom half. Huh, it says it's unused. I don't think it's actually unused. Oh, this is probably stupid. I should just use the standalone thing. Why am I re-instrumenting this? Yeah, this is a waste of my time, right? Okay, well, we'll still click the button here. So bottom half was 70 milliseconds. Top half was actually 4. Man, this is not good. I think it means instantiating the scene is taking time. And we could pool these things. And I guess we'd have to if we wanted to cut down on the amount of time here. Okay, yeah, let's figure out not having to do this, because this is really tedious. So everything I've done in here is just, wait, no, I want that code. I don't want any of this. There. All right, so get rid of the stopwatch stuff. Yep, goodbye, don't care. I don't think any real changes there. This doesn't matter either, right? Okay, I think that's everything. So if I close this and then reopen this, now I should only have these debug changes that I have. This we probably don't even need. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, nice. Creating the battlers is taking most of the time. Oh boy. All right, let's get that standalone tool. How do I run that? Because I probably already have it, right? Dot trace. Hey, nice. I should probably write some notes on this. Whoops, what happened here? Region. Hold on, before well, I guess I should click this. Americas. Is this the same thing I already read the other day before I signed up for this? They actually had a pretty reasonable license thing here. Let me just make sure this is the same thing that I read. Yes, I believe so. They're missing a space there. Yeah. Yep. Okay, good. Yeah. And sure, I'm fine with them having anonymous data. Okay, should probably be a little bit careful about what I'm showing over here. Evaluation of dot trace has not started. Start trial. Properly licensed. Okie dokie. Why is this separate? Huh, okay. Subscriptions valid through March 18th. So general, I suppose. Choose what you want to profile. I mean, I could pick the executable that I make, but I wonder if there's a way to launch Godot directly through this. Probably through standalone. Yeah, and I just need to figure these things out. Okay, let's go write this stuff down. Dot trace. Performance profiling. Dot trace. So, whoops. Wait, what? So there are at least two versions of dot trace. The standalone version and the one bundled into Rider. Standalone version seems worlds better than the bundled one. And pricing, dot trace is not free, although there is a free trial. It's part of dot ultimate. All right, now how do we do this? Hey, Smack. So I should be able to look at the configuration for this and find out what they're launching. Yeah, and then just copy paste this stuff, right? Path. Arguments. Working directory. And then any environment variables? Nope. That's probably it, right? Name Godot. Name Scala Seller. Save. All right, so setup. Launch the standalone version. What did I do? New process run. Add a new process run. Copy paste the launch configuration from Rider. I was launching a Godot game and needed to copy the path arguments and working directory. Working directory. Okay, then can I run this? How do we do that? Running process. Choose how you want to profile. Sure, timeline. Collect profiling data from the start. I actually don't care about collecting it from the start. Or maybe sampling is better. What did Yo use for that one? I don't know what Yo used for that one. All right, I'll just click this anyway. Let's see if it works. Whoa. I don't know. Timeline? Okay. How often do you find yourself going back to these things? A decent amount. But also, I tend to share these notes with other people, so it's not just for me. So if someone else gets value from it, then that's great. Maybe I should have chosen allow there. Because I don't think it actually started anything. Yeah. I don't think it's starting anything. All right, engage privacy mode. Let me take a look. I'm not even certain that this is the problem. Like, do I need to make .trace access this thing? I don't even see it in privacy and security. Or maybe I messed something up with how I set it to run. Like maybe something in here is wrong. Because I don't think it's starting anything. But I think it's trying to do it through terminal and it's not, hasn't typed anything into terminal. Well, I guess the other thing we do is just attach to a running process. So yeah, just do that, I guess. Why is this not loading now? There we go. Okay, so we go find Godot in here. There are going to be two. We want to find the one. Huh. Interesting. It says fruiting crop on it. Is it because I have that open? I think I want this one. But wasn't there a way to do this? Well, I guess the easiest way is just close this and see which one is still there. So 53186 is not what we want. Got it. So we want this one. All right, start. Okie dokie. Now we go and do our thing. Hey, Brad Tim. And we hit start recording and get snapshot. No, that's dumb. Why'd this load another program? All right, start recording. Let's let that run a little bit more and get snapshot. Oh, it loads a new instance for all of these? That seems like overkill. Hey, ABC. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. This is how you see your code. The 2 is for searching the functions. Gotcha. So I just attached to a running version of the game I was profiling and then start recording and take snapshots as you would through Rider. This process is pretty cheap and straightforward. So just experiment. And then when you take a snapshot, it'll open a new view. You probably want to check user code under subsystems. Yeah. Probably timeline or sampling. Okay, thank you. Hey, Crucials, and thanks. And hey, Irad. When's a good time to ask unrelated question to your current optimization? Right now. You just did. That is your one question allotment for the day. The call tree, if you want to see source, just click on a line and show code. Okay. Gotcha. All right, so this is the later one that opened up. So I can close this one probably. And then click user code over here. And we should see... Whoa, hotspot. Well, this is everything though, right? Huh, that's weird. If you're inside one of these things, there's no search there. All right, well, what do we want? We want some kind of like battler or setup systems. Yeah, 99% create player battlers and adventure, set up animation frames. Set region. Oh man. This is a lot. Yeah, this is just a lot. All right, so where's that happening? Set up animation frames. Let's move this off the screen. I'm guessing the game doesn't want us to do this. And then I should be find a better way to do this. Maybe cache sprite frames that we make so we don't need to keep making the same sprite frames every time. We only have like 30 characters in the game. And then add component. I don't like this. All right, well, the weird thing is, though, add component takes in a string name somewhere. Where? Here? Yeah, that's where. Okay, did not realize that. That's okay, because we can do .to Godot for this. That'll save some time. So that's that one. That's probably fixed now. The sprite frame stuff, I think, is just crazy. Show code. I'm gonna worry about that later. Yeah. And then set region in an atlas texture. Where do we do that? Yes, sprite sheet path. Here, region. So yeah, loading these textures every time. Are there linters that would catch that, which would improve performance of the game? Possibly. And actually, I shouldn't have just ignored what I just did right there. Get component group name. I guess anywhere we call add to group, we need to make sure that we're doing this. We only do it in 2 places, and here it's already done. Yeah, okay, so that's already fine. Yeah, so this is somewhat of a problem. But what I think we could do is cache all of the sprite frames that we make, because we don't do anything destructive with them. And then just reuse the sprite frames every time. I don't know if we queue freeze something, if it's going to also clear out the sprite frames. It might, and that might cause a problem. The function you just fixed is still returning string, not string. Oh my god, thank you, yeah. Turns out I didn't actually fix anything. That should do it. Yeah, oh, and now there's a problem elsewhere in here. Get nodes in group. Oh, we did .2 Godot over here. Huh. Is that there twice? It's component.name here. And it's something different. Type of .name? That doesn't seem correct. Oh, because here it's a typo? Okay, whatever. All right, hey, Lava Cake. It also does an allocation with a has component concat. Yeah. That I'm aware of. That I don't think is probably as big a deal. Okay, well, I guess every time we make sprite frames in code, we should cache them. And the walk sprite sheet converter might have that problem too, but I think there's only once per NPC that we create. Where do we do this? Adventurer and customer. And it's what? In ready? Set up animation frames is ready? Yeah, okay, this probably doesn't matter as much. And all adventurers are unique, so we wouldn't be able to reuse the cache anyway. And the customers should be unique. So yeah, I don't think the caching would help there. But for battles, it definitely helps because the same entities enter battles repeatedly. So like when you fight a bat in the game, you're probably fighting a bat like 100 times. And the latter 99 times don't matter. So where's this done? Sprite frames equals... Oh, wow. We already cached these? Seriously? Wow, that was smart. Okay, well, that's nice. So then we just need to do that for this stuff too. So what do we actually use from... Let's just copy paste all of this. Let's see what we use from the class itself. So what is class specific? This is... So we need to know whether the entity is an adventurer. Or just pass in the sprite sheet path, right? Doesn't this mean we would have... Yeah, we just need the sprite sheet path. Because we override that there. Okay, sure. So we need the sprite sheet path. So we can ignore that. Then we make this battler width in pixels and height in pixels. Okay, no, then we do add a whole bunch of other things in here. Yuck. Yeah, yuck. All right, well, let's just start with the basics. We need a private static read-only dictionary of the sprite frames that we're going to want. And we have nothing to differentiate these in a meaningful way. Yeah, we should have just had an ID into which sprite frames we want and then calculate that ID somewhere and then figure out how to generate all of them. I wonder if it's worth doing that now or if I should just hack this together. There are 3 booleans passed in, but then there's other stuff that we fetch from here. Where's this come from? On the entity. Yeah, I think the best thing to do is probably to take all information about an entity and collapse it into a sprite frames ID and then index the dictionary based on that. This is annoying because this is where everything converges, which is regular enemies, bosses, and adventurers. Fish are also in this function, but we just exit early. So yeah, we have regular enemies, bosses, and adventurers all in this function, and there's no common identifier between them all. Adventurers have a class, an adventurer class, and enemies have an enemy ID, but that function doesn't get the enemy ID. Yeah, I think we need to do some refactoring here. Could have two dictionaries, like cached adventurer sprite frames or battle sprite frames, and cached enemy battle sprite frames. They're two different functions completely, right? But then bosses are also different. What is has big sprite? It's something we save. Oh my god. All right. Yeah. I think we got to refactor this. Well, here's the unfortunate part. Because in my mind, all of this stuff that I'm thinking of or coming up with, it's not like they're hard to, well, some of them are hard to solve, but I'm just like, oh, well, that's plus, 1 hour to how long I'm going to spend on this. And this is one tiny portion of what I wanted to look into. By the way, Irad, feel free to ask your question. I didn't mean to stop you. It is a fine time to interrupt if you want. Hey, Lammy. Is 6 milliseconds really that bad? What's your target? So it's bad when you consider that at 60 FPS, you only have 17, well, you really technically have 16.667 or whatever, milliseconds per frame. So if we're taking 6 milliseconds to start one battle, yes, that's really bad. And it's especially bad when you consider we don't need to be doing this work and that multiple battles can happen at once on a frame. Okay, well. This is a mess. About to ask how many. Yeah. Yeah, actually, setup is taking even longer than that, but this is just this one portion of it. It's taking something like 6 milliseconds. Don't we also do something special with, like, does it have a revive animation? Yeah, part of me wonders if I just should have created all of these things ahead of time. There is no revive animation happening here, though, right? Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, God. All right, let's check in the change I just made already with caching this thing. I don't think it makes a big difference, but we might as well keep it. Also, these things. Yeah, I don't want to keep building up like 400 commits and then cleaning them up afterward. So this is stop converting from a string name. That should be it there. This is just a blank line. Yeah, and then the only other thing we have to do, so this is stop allocating extra string name. I didn't realize this one was happening. And then the other one was in here, which is use resource cache for loading instance scenes. Now, as long as we're at it, let's look for resource loader.load because that's another problem that potentially exists across the code base. So adventurer portrait sprite sheet converter, get portrait texture. We do this every time we set up party members. Yeah, like this should probably be the resource cache as well. What else do we have? Walk sprite sheet, character atlas texture. Where's this done? Set up animation frames. I think this is only from ready. Yes, but there's one other place it calls this. what is going on right now? Which is here. Get character stand frame. This isn't even called anywhere. Okay, well, goodbye to that then. It's our own thing, the resource cache. We just keep resources around so they can't be freed. So now this is only used by one place. This actually doesn't need to be modified. Huh, interesting. Every single time we play a sound, we would load this. Seems like it's problematic, but I don't actually know what the time saved would be here. Actually, let's cache, or let's oh my god. Let's go trace that for a sec. So this is all we changed. I'm going to undo that last commit because we're going to end up adding on to it with many more things that are similar. Undo. I don't think it does its own caching, or at least not long term. I'm surprised we don't actually have something written about this. Although maybe we do when we committed this. Oops. Resource cache.cs. Prove SVG loading. It must have been this. Huh. I must have this written in my notes somewhere. Unlike, yeah, here it is. Unlike GDScript, the C# version of Godot doesn't have a preload function for scenes. Instead, you just have load. When you do this, the documentation makes you think that you're caching scenes, but that's not actually what's happening. Instead, I tested this out. Oh, where is it? Where'd that go? Yeah, here it is. I tested this out by having a character instantiate Fireball every 3 seconds. Some of the time, it wouldn't remain cached, even though only 3 seconds had passed. Yeah. Yes, this does not work as you might expect. All right, so yeah, we want to profile this and just see how this is changing. This gets called so frequently that we should see an impact here, right? Where'd that go? Where'd that go? I don't remember where it went. I don't know what I wanted to try. I've already lost it, haven't I? I don't see it. I don't know where it was. It must have been this. Or the next one. Oh, yeah, right. It was sounds. Yeah. Sounds. Got it. Okay. Yeah, this is what I want to find then. This is an audio player. We technically have, I think, 2 audio players, but still I'm going to treat it like we just have one. And we'll see this print out a little bit weirdly. But that should be okay. Okay, so I want to just do the load part in here. And we play sounds pretty frequently. So I think checking once every 100 times is probably fine. And then we figure out what the average is. And then I'll try this new way and we'll... Oh, nice. Yeah, okay. All right. So just do anything. It doesn't matter what. And then we just need 100 sounds to play. Which, if we were fighting in a later location, would make more sounds play because then the battles would last longer. So let's just go over to here, for example. And if I turn on invincibility, then my characters won't die. So this should be printing something out. And let's actually save this so that it goes into that battle next time. And it doesn't matter that I was doing a bunch of stuff in between. We should see something print out pretty soon. Unless... Oh, there it goes. Huh, look at that. Maximum amount of time to play one sound was 2.7 milliseconds. And here it's 1 millisecond. Yeah, that's not good. It shouldn't be taking a millisecond to play a sound. And sorry, it's not even playing the sound. Sorry, it's just loading the scene. Yeah, this is another huge problem. Well, thankfully, this one's super easy to fix. So here are the stats we had beforehand. Let's copy those. And close out of every other tab we have. And here are the stats afterward, where we use the resource cache. Okay, now we go try that out. So I'm guessing the average time is going to drop significantly. I wonder if we could have made this even faster somehow. I don't think so. You need the sound and memory to then be able to play it, right? So we're just waiting for some stats to print out. I'm going to wait for 300 of them to print out. Shouldn't take that long. Because it was maybe like 15 seconds before, right? Oh, the rogue's dead. Oh, right, because we need to turn on invincibility. Okay, that's why it's going to take longer. The rogue is the fastest attacker, and they died. Okay, interesting. Max there was huge. And in fact, it got worse. Although maybe that's because we played the Adventurer Death Sound. Oh, look at that. Yep, max is now 4 microseconds. Yeah, so I don't know what this one was about. Maybe it was loading unique things. Although even that I don't totally understand because we should be loading every... Oh, wait, no, I'm on a debug build. Doesn't mean we skip loading. I don't remember how that works. But yeah, wow, look at that. The stats got a lot better. Well, the first load should have happened on the loading screen, but we have some like bypass loading screen. No, I think we got rid of that. Yeah, so I'm not totally sure why that's gigantic. But yeah, we went from an average of 44 microseconds and 146 down to 1.5. So that's huge. That's absolutely huge. And now it's just going to consistently run at that amount. Nice. And we're going to probably fix a whole bunch of other things in here too, because we have, what, 47 other results? I just still don't understand that very first set. On our loading screen, we get all scene pads and SVGs. Okay, we do not load all sounds there. If we did, then we wouldn't hit that problem. So yeah, we're just not loading sounds ahead of time. I think that's okay. I think if there's the tiniest little stutter on loading a sound for the first time, maybe it's fine. Yeah, they're uncached. It does make me wonder if for the outro and the intro, we should load things differently. I'm not going to worry about that yet, though. Hey, Tomix. Okie doke. So that fixed one issue, and that was very quick. These are the kinds of things I was hoping for. Low-hanging fruit. I'm surprised at how much of an impact that had, though. Pretty amazing. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. All right, nice. Yeah. All right, let's keep going through them. I mean, hey, if we can get that kind of savings on a lot of this stuff, that'd be great. What did you do to optimize that good? This was just me caching resource. A lot of the optimizations that you can ever do are going to be do less of something, make something less expensive. Those are your like 2 biggest things you can do. Yeah. Maybe do it less often. So you're still doing it the same number of times, but you're doing it less frequently or something. But yeah, that's about it. Huge, maybe one thing I can see more people saying if they haven't already, but I don't think there's time for it now because it's a UI thing. Feel free to share it, at least, yeah. GKLVNS. Okay, so this one I don't really care about, but I think all the textures are already pre... Oh no, textures aren't. Although maybe they would be. Maybe we should just do this in the resource cache. I don't know. It doesn't hurt to do this. Loading textures every frame, and now it's cached at first frame. Essentially, yeah. Something like that. All right, item sprite G. Get item atlas texture. Yeah, this should definitely use a resource cache. In fact, I wonder how bad this one was. Where do we call this? Probably everywhere. Probably as soon as we create an item. And let me guess, this was not great, huh? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Well, I'm glad we're tackling these things. But yeah, I am kind of curious about this. I'm expecting we're going to see the exact same performance improvement here as we did earlier. And it's always loading the exact same texture like a million times. So this should be much faster now. Although setting a region every time is probably still slow. And we should probably cache entire item images. So now we're technically testing the performance of two things, loading this and setting the region. But still, let's try this out. So this is 100 calls of making items. Let's make it 25, 50, no, 25. Okay. What's the concern? We're just using resource cache and everything instead of resource load? Not really anything. Yeah, there isn't really one. We have a lot of RAM to deal with, so, or a lot of wiggle room, I mean. Want to restrict what goes into shops and warehouse, so I'm imagining a UI window lets me cross out. But wait, so this is something that I think you look at this as like, problem, I'm selling my cheap potions in the shop. And the proposed solution here is UI, but my actual proposed solution for you is stop getting cheap potions. So I don't think players necessarily want that to be the case, but some people do realize like, oh, hey, yeah, I can have extra battles going, but it's not always best to do that. And yeah, that's what I wanted people to do, is just like, look, at some point getting cheap potions is just clogging all of your machinery in your stores and everything. So yeah, I don't plan on ever making UI for this. And people have asked about it, and it's just a design philosophy thing that I'm like, but I don't want that to be the game. Like, I don't want it to be that you just check some boxes and you're like, oh yeah, everyone's going to come to the same conclusions. In my mind, this is sort of like if you played Moonlighter. Moonlighter lets you set item prices, but it's really just binary searching for the best price. Like, this is the best strategy. And I don't recall how the game works. I haven't played it in forever. But I think you could just look up what the item price would be. So if you have like a blue potion, maybe 37 gold is what you should offer. And at 30 gold, they're happy to pay for it. And at 45 gold, they're happy to pay for it. But then beyond those numbers, I guess beyond this price, they're not willing to buy it anymore. So it's like, well, you could just know that it's 37 and type that in. You could figure it out, and that's kind of boring. I think this would be like, wouldn't everyone just set the same like items on this list? I just don't think that's a management level I want people performing. How bad is it to preload everything? Probably not bad, yeah. Yeah, I need to make a profile start and end class. Yeah, I probably should do that at some point. What happened if you hit cache limit, L1, L3? Would there be a frame drop until space is made for the next thing to be loaded? That probably shouldn't be noticeable. Yeah. I think if you're coding in C# and you're worried about cache coherency at that level, that either you're doing things on a massive scale, like that's something the engine should worry about, or you're doing things wrong in some other way that, yeah, I don't know. Or you're making some like super high performance game. Yeah, probably shouldn't be an issue. I guess the way I look at it is I already can do that by manually moving items where I want them. So you can say if I want to put the effort, you get the reward. Yeah, it's essentially what it comes down to. The other thing too is that I think that would lead to this game feeling very different. And again, that's why it comes down to design philosophy. Like, Factorio is probably the experience you would want if you wanted like more automation controls that are fine-grained. But this is meant to be like a turn your brain off kind of thing. Even making a UI, or even if we just had like a lever in the game, like we do for the extractor, for example, and we said like, okay, you have a lever for the warehouse, for shops. Some people would just be like, it's kind of a lot to think about. Yeah, this is meant to be a turn your brain off kind of game. And there's still stuff to think about, but it's like, okay, well, now that you know what the constraints of the game are, it shifts what those problems are. Okay, so we did this, but I never actually started a new game. So let's go start a new game. And here what we're going to do a little bit differently is I think... Oh, what? It already made items. That's not 25 potions, right? This suggests to me that this is happening in a place that I don't expect. Oh, map tooltips? Because I opened all of those. So we had to create those items. 1, 4, 7, 10, 12, 18. It's going to approximate 21, 35, 40. Okay, yeah, that probably makes sense. All right, so we got to win these battles. Let's win one there. So I suspect we're never going to get this down to like 1.5 microseconds. but we might get it lower by using the resource cache here. So let's do one more of these. Great. And now let's copy all of this stuff and start using the resource cache. All right, so here are the old numbers. Now let's get the new numbers. And none of these are super concerning, but we do make items all the time. So if we can speed this up, and also if it takes us, changing 4 characters of the code base, that's not bad at all. All right, so average is already lower. Yeah. 5 microseconds instead of 9. I mean, not bad. Yeah, and we'll try one more time. Yeah, so here are the new times. It's better. I mean, if we just figure out what this was before. It was this much, and it went down to this. Yeah. That's pretty good. It's like cut it in half. Well, I'm just profiling some of the direct impact on this stuff, and I want it to be like very focused here. But I'm going to try not to do this for all of these. Okay, so the only way that this file changed was in that cache call. Perfect. And yeah, the other thing I realized by doing this is we probably should cache the entire atlas texture and not just the resource to the path of the items, because well, I guess not every item uses the same texture, but they might as well. Yeah, so this caching can be here. Let's go back to our search. Anything else that's expensive here? This stuff was, but this is all going to change, and we're going to cache these for sure in a different way. But I might as well do it now. Anything else? Caught fish. Yeah. This one doesn't matter. This only happens once. And I don't think we ever use these again. Do we? Caught fish uses it too? I don't really care. Play some of our toString enums with name of. Assuming animation names are identical. I think we got rid of that though, walk sprite sheet converter. So we no longer have a toString. Wait, we do? Okay, we shouldn't have these. Because I changed this to be somewhere else. Yeah, this should not be here. This should be like string value, which then fetches it from a dictionary in constant time. Yeah. All of these should be changed. In fact, anywhere else we have animation name dot star toString. We still have some. Wow. There we go. Need to build the project to profile it with the JetBrains tool. Yes, but you just need to do that to run it at all. And profiling with the JetBrains tool just involves running it. So yeah. Okay, so whatever I just did is technically a different commit. But I still want to check in resource cache stuff. So it's just that change. Yeah. Oh, release build. No. This is fine. This is, why is that yellow? Possible null reference. I don't think that should be a possible null reference. Why? That's strange. Yeah, why is that way? Oh, because for adventures it's not passed in? Doesn't that mean that if this is null that we're gonna... that's strange. That's very strange. We only call this in 3 places, so it shouldn't be that hard to find. Yeah, here it's always set, because I'm guessing this can't be null, correct? And then here, it is always null. Okay. Yeah, so we know this has to exist, but we could have changed... We could have changed this to just check to see if the path is null, or we could have just always passed in... Yeah, why did I do this? Shouldn't have been here. So this shouldn't be nullable. That's going to break the prior line here. There we go. So can we check all this in now? Yeah. Caught fish uses the cache. And that's it for now. Okay. Let's go back to what I was looking at before. Resource loader stuff. Why don't I see it here? Oh, strange. Resource loader.load. Guild sign. Oh yeah, this is in the beginning of the game. That stupid thing that I added. Yeah, sure, let's cache this. Oops, wrong way. And then can you stage things right from here? I've never tried that. And I never really needed to, but I want to keep reusing this bar for something else. But okay, fine. I'll just do it like that. Okay. In-world button. What are you doing? Auto cast crystals. This is only once, I think. Update rectangle. No, I guess we technically do this every time a spell is done. Okay. So that's in-world button. Let's keep going through this. Skill button base. Set cost icon to gem. This is probably only done in ready. I don't care about this. Spell book. Yeah, this is fine. So that's spell book. Dialogue portrait. This is static, so it... Well, but this is loaded like 70 times. All right. Oh, there's no real point in caching this. Yeah, and if it's all done on the same frame, it probably won't have an impact. Set crystal texture. What is this? Do we set this more than once? No, we don't. Okay, don't care. All icon data, get texture. Oh, we cache these. Interesting. All right, so we don't need to do anything there. This is the close button in, what, the locale menu? Meh, probably doesn't matter. I think we load themes, though, so we might as well use this. And then custom cursors in init, don't care. And runtime validator, validate SVG files. This also shouldn't matter. Okay, cool. So now I got to go find the ones that I did not capture in there. Should be pretty easy to find. It should be like dead simple files. Yeah, here. There's only one? Oh, because I was doing them as I was going, right? And I just didn't do it for whatever the last one was. Yeah. Okay, let's review the changes I made. They should all be the same. We're just using resource cache now instead of resource loader. So if we see anything that's not that, like this technically, which is hopefully still fine, we should validate that adventurers still look good in battle. Because that's the only thing I changed that wasn't just resource cache. Yeah, everything else here is fine. Cool. Okay, let's run the game. All this caching in a world of RAM is $9,000 per gigabyte. Yeah, well, we're using very little RAM right now. And we only ask the user to buy $4,500 worth of RAM when they run out. So it's not that expensive. Okay, do they look fine in battle? They do. So I think we're okay here. What was that? Seems strange. Everything's fine. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Phil. How's the performance going? I think it's going well, but I think we really have like another week or two of work to do here, and I don't want to put in that time. So, yeah. Hey, Chronic. So I want to move on to some other stuff. Like we have some pretty critical issues. And as an example, on the Steam Deck, they have analog triggers, and that's our click button. So when you press it a little bit, it activates a click. When you press it a little bit more, it activates a click. When you press it a little bit more. So like you quadruple click in just pressing it normally. And that's really bad. Like really, really bad. This drastically cuts down time spent on common actions like, what did I test on? Creating battlers or items. It is also practically free to code since we're just changing a single word in most cases. Different actuation points. I'm not sure how we're going to solve it. I'm just not even thinking about it yet, but I'll need to at some point. Okay, now we check in. This is just deleting dead code. Remove unused function. What else do we have here? So all the string value stuff that Dark pointed out. That's all of this. So check that in. And wasn't there one more? There's one more file that had that. Where is that? There it is. Yeah. Use string value instead of toString on an enum. Diminishing returns when? How much can you realistically shave more? Quite a lot. Because the way I kind of look at this is just software, and a performance problem is just a software problem. So we could fix all of them if we wanted to. There will be diminishing returns at some point, but right now we have still noticeable frame drops on Steam Deck. And I guess even on my computer is pretty powerful. Every time you see the stutter count go up, it's because a frame took longer than 30 milliseconds. And yeah, it just shouldn't be happening as frequently as it is. Okay, I still haven't even addressed the problem I wanted to address, which is this, set up animation frames. This is going to be a lot harder to do. Set up animation frames. Oh, man. All right, how are we going to do this? When do we know that something is a boss or not? We pass in, I think, like, has big sprite. And what, that's passed in based on whether or not they're an elite? Yeah. Out of curiosity, that function was 22 milliseconds. How long did you profile for? Is that noticeable? The setup battlers thing? The problem with setup battlers is that it is at the beginning of every single battle. And on the Steam Deck, we're consistently seeing more than 30 milliseconds when starting a battle. So when we see 22 milliseconds, a frame should be 16.67 milliseconds. If we're taking more than all of that time on just one function, we should improve that function. The reason for that is because players are not manually starting battles most of the time. It's just auto battling happening. So like every, 12 seconds, battle A is causing this impact. Then battle B, that 20 milliseconds is for one call. Didn't I only profile it once? I guess. No. One call is 9 milliseconds. Yeah. Sorry. We're spending more than half the frame time on just setting up battlers. And there's more stuff to do. Because I profiled it by just writing the stopwatch stuff in my code. So I put it around just set up battlers. And I think we saw it was taking like 9 milliseconds. So I still think that's problematic. I wonder if there's something to look like for like effects or some other computation. Yeah, we'll need to test that out too. We know for sure setup battlers needs to be better. So the issue is how we construct things. If we just had a get sprite frames some ID, this would be dead simple. Instead, we have set up animation frames, which keeps pulling data out of the battler. Yeah, no, it's good to make sure about that stuff. Because, yeah, I might have gotten things twisted here and been chasing after nothing. But, yeah, in this case, I think it's real. I wonder how far back we should change some of these things. Like, how do we make a battler? We have a init adventure. How many init functions do we have? Just 2. And then a common one where they converge. But we either init by enemy ID or we init by an adventurer. So what I'm thinking is we could have a get adventurer sprite frames. Problem is there's a lot of common code here, isn't there? Yeah, like if it has an attack animation, add that. But then couldn't we do this anyway? Okay, I think we can do this. I'm going to start writing functions. We're going to see what happens. So private sprite frames, get adventurer sprite frames. This is just going to take in an adventurer class and ideally nothing else. Can you cache 2 instances of a battlefield and just swap between them during auto battle as they finish? You can, but setting up animation frames for these battlers could potentially be different. So what you're talking about is object pooling. And there are ways in which that will help us potentially, but this is not that particular way. So if the expensive part is object creation, then pooling could be good. Caching could also be good. And in this case, we're going to go with caching because it's sprite frames that we want. And we only need, X instances of them across the entire code base. All right, so I'm going to just copy paste the whole function for right now. Oh, we also have fish. Fish are different though. Okay, so the fish thing does not come into play here. We make a new sprite frame. We get frame width and height. Set the speed in the animation loop. Frames, row index, that's all probably fine. Corresponds to adventurer has to be true. So now we get their class and then we get data from their class. But we know this is going to be true. Now has attack animation, attack 2, and death should always be true for all of these, I think. Yes, yes, and yes. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we can get rid of that, and that, and that. Big sprite is always false. Frames per animation. Now we go through this stuff. We get a sprite sheet path. That would have been passed in through here. Now we know what it is always. Has death animation is always true. Has attack animation, has attack 2 animation. Okay, this isn't too bad now that I lay it out like this. Yeah, so now we got to do this with enemies, and then we got to make them a common function, or many common functions. Oh, man. I feel like there's a sort of madness that goes into releasing a game. And the madness is so far apart. Like, the last game I launched was in 2020. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I want to release another game now. 2023 rolls around. And then by the time I get to this point, I'm like, what have I done? What have I done? I just keep asking myself that. But I'll want to start on another game, and I want to release that game too. And I don't know what I should learn in terms of the anxiety around launch. Some of the stuff you can prepare for ahead of time, and some of it's just like, the way I see this is we have like 5,000 tasks right now, and we have time for 50 of them. And I think that one of the learnings that I'm going to have in the future is like, okay, I will only have, let's say, 4,500 tasks in the future, but I'm still going to at some point get to where I have time for 50 of them. So now I just, like, my lessons will have cut out 10% of the tasks or something. You know, oh, I'll have localized ahead of time, or I'll have done whatever else ahead of time. There's still going to be way too many things to do when it comes time to launch. Would GDScript be really different for this issue? I think if you're talking about the issue being allocations, performance, caching, etc., then I think at a high level, it wouldn't be drastically different, but I think some things would become non-issues. So for example, in GDScript, everything you do is still going to involve just string names by default. So I'm pretty sure that when you do something like get node, I don't know what the syntax is, but anyway, if you do something like get node button, this won't secretly allocate something for you. That's my guess. I have not tested that in GDScript because I haven't used GDScript in a long time. But in C#, if you write exactly this code, well, if you write it like this C# way, get node button, this allocates because of the conversion to string name. So some of this stuff would go away in GDScript, and some of it wouldn't. And some of it would be new in GDScript that I don't have to deal with in Godot or in C#. All right, so this is going to be whatever the opposite of this is. This is, oh, wait, no. Opposite of what this is. Get adventurer sprite frame. So this is going to be private sprite frames get enemy sprite frames. And what do we pass in for enemies? Enemy data. That's all we care about. And enemy data comes from enemy ID, does it not? Yes, it does. Okay. Enemy sprite frames. So we just pass in enemy ID, delete, delete, delete. Now we get the enemy data. We're not going to handle fish here, I guess. Fish should just be separate. So we make this, get this stuff. Great, 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 great. This will never be true, so just delete it all. Has attack animation will always be true. Has attack 2 will apparently always be true. No. They're passed in. They're part of this stuff. Okay. So this is enemy data has attack. This is never true. And then this is the same thing. Enemy data dot has death animation. Has big sprite is part of enemy data. Enemy data has big sprite. Now we go through all this stuff. Sprite sheet path. Where do we get that from? Probably the enemy data, right? This is going to look a lot cleaner when I'm done with this. Cool. Has death animation, again, comes from enemy data. It's capitalized in that case. Has attack animation, cool. Has attack 2 animation is never true. Okay, so we have now converted these things in a nicer way. I likely also have characters walking around town in auto battles. I'm just using GDScript. Yes. I'm trying to think. What is the performance impact of doing what I'm doing right now? It's from set region. So you'd presumably hit the same problem if you were doing the exact same thing I'm doing here. But some of this is going somewhere else. Oh yeah, making a sprite frame. Apparently just making sprite frames is not cheap. And then what's this stuff? Add a bunch of components to string name thing we already fixed. Reparenting. And then set name. It takes in a string name. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. So I shouldn't even be setting the name of any of my nodes that I have. I've been doing this just for ease in identifying just at debugging time, but this is a waste. This is purely for me. Yeah, no, we're getting rid of this. I didn't realize this was a string name. Wow, that's wrong on two fronts then. This one is only... Oh no, we instantiate this... No, wait, we instantiate this once. Okay, this one's probably fine. Anywhere we do this multiple times, though, that's where I think there'd be a problem. Oh, also, these are problems too, right? These are string names. Gonna go crazy. Godot string names. Okay, so this is what, the navigation tile map layer name. Yeah, navigation tile map layer name. Where would we even put that? I don't know. I'll make a new region and we'll say node names. Navigation tile map layer name. And this is what? Capital N navigation? Yeah, let's just copy paste it so I can't possibly have screwed this up. There. Now we replace this with Godot string. Whenever that double typing starts happening, it means I need to clean my keyboard. It means the cat has been on my desk too much. Okay, so there's .name. This is technically an allocation every time we do this, but that only happens once, so I think that's okay. First, our default c.name equals component name. This, what is this? There's a C# string and a C# string. Okay, that should be fine. This is now fixed. Instance name equals node name. What? What? I don't care about this. Just delete that. And this is technically wrong. Get node or null. All of these need to be node paths. Almost feels like using .NET string type should be completely banned in Godot code bases. By chance something somewhere breaks, how do you get to know? Is there a program that tests everything? No, that's what automated tests would typically be for. I'm going to just ask playtesters to try some just random scenarios out like a week before the game launches. How big of a difference is it? It's from the developer side, they're almost identical. From the runtime side, there's an allocation involved. So it's just avoiding the allocation that's important. Seems more expensive to call it to another class. No, this is not a C# thing, or at least not explicitly. If we go look at what string name is, or node path, or any of these things, like node path, for example, what's happening is there's an implicit operator here. Where is it? Yeah, here. An implicit operator that forms from a string. So let's say you have a function like this in C#, public void get node, and it takes in a node path, and then just does stuff, right? And you call this like this. This is not a node path. This is a string. So we're going to hit this operator, implicit operator node path, which took in a string, and we're going to make a new thing here. This is the problem behind all of this. This is an allocation, and it's like if you don't know any better, you wouldn't realize this is allocating. You just be like, oh, I'm calling a function, right? But that's not C#'s problem, and it's not really Godot's problem. Godot has a reason for doing this. It's just, it's not obvious when you're writing the code, and if you're new to Godot, this is not the thing that's going to be at the top of your radar. So now you're going to start littering these all over your code, and then eventually, 2 years later when you go to release, you're going to be like, oh, I didn't know that was a problem, and you're going to go fix them all. And they're not hard to fix. It's just, yeah, there's no like obvious awareness about this. Now, if they had made you do this explicitly, so let's say we had that same public void get node, and we had a node path here, and you tried calling get node hi, and it said error expects a node path, then you'd be like, oh, whoops, okay, what I need to do is just this. That's not that crazy, and now you can see the new right there in your code. Now, granted, this style of constructing something is only as of .NET whatever, 7 or whatever. I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter. So maybe when they started writing this code, that wasn't an option. And maybe this looks weird to people or something. But like this would have been nice to just not have the implicit operator here. Just delete this whole thing. And now you have to keep track of your own node paths if you want. Because now let's say you had this inside of, and I don't know why you would, but let's say you had this inside of a process call, and you saw this code here, you'd be like, oh, I'm making a new thing every single frame. That's a problem. All right, where did I leave off of this? Wherever I just modified code. There was somewhere I just said I don't want that name there, but there was some other problem with it, and I don't remember what it was. I don't even remember where it was. Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. I think it was object highlighter. Here. Oh, because we had get node or null. I just wrote it down for now. Okay, got it. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah. It's tricky. It's definitely tricky. Oh yeah, we were on Battler. Okay, so I wrote these two functions. Oh, I didn't finish the rest of the .name stuff though. Oh my God. Name. All right, so this is fine. This is fine. This only happens once, right? Yeah, this is fine. This probably also only happens once. Yeah, that's when we add the item display. I'll keep it. I don't think this is a big deal. Skill table happens, what, all the time? Yes, delete this. I don't even care. And then what's this? Get type.name. That's probably fine. Yeah, that's fine. All right, we should technically check in all those get name things. This is a string name, right? Yes. So we're fine with that. That I don't need. This I want to check in. This I want to check in. This is not ready yet. I can't believe this. Okay, that's everything. Hey, typical employee, how you doing? Okay, so clean up more string name instances. I didn't realize .name was also a string name, so I just got rid of most of those as they're just for, oh my God, just for developers anyway. The only one that this really mattered for is here. Every time we make a battler, we're making one of these, and there is no purpose for the player. None whatsoever. So this is an allocation, and it doesn't need to happen. It's also a call into Godot, so there's some marshalling there too. So we got rid of, I mean, that's probably microseconds, but who cares? It was unnecessary. And it's not like it takes us a long time to delete code. And then these probably actually didn't matter too much, but it's okay. This one, yeah, probably didn't matter, and this one might have. Well, like I said, it was pretty cheap to do that. We'll get into the band API analyzer and ban the implicit operators of those two types. Yeah, I thought about that, or making my own analyzer for some of this, but there's just so much to focus on that I just want to do what's necessary at this point. And if something else doesn't bubble up to the top of my radar, then yeah, there's going to be a performance issue still, but I know I'm not going to be catching them all. All right, so now here comes the difficult part of this task, which is we need to make these two functions the same function. Oh, interesting. Row index and sprite sheet has never changed. That can't be true. It's changed here. I just missed that. We would have seen a very obvious problem had I done that. Now adventurer data, oops, that's the wrong function. We have 3 of these and it's kind of hard to see. Oh no, it's right there. Yeah, unnecessary assignment because we could have just done this all at once, huh? And then we never return the sprite frames. You got to do that. Return. And same thing down here. Let's just get rid of a little bit more red. So now there's no red in the file, but we have not made a consolidated single function out of this. Wouldn't be so bad if you got more than the penny it gives you. I mean, it's not bad. I don't know what my ad revenue is right now on Twitch. Let's go find out really fast. Ads are... Actually, I don't care about showing my revenue. It doesn't matter. Ads are... $2 per day. And on the days, these are probably like raid days, are like $5. So that's not too bad, right? Just having people watch. And then Turbo kind of counts. Turbo's done a little bit differently though. But yeah, it tacks on another like like 20 to 50% maybe. So it's not nothing. I like to kind of count. Yeah. But you're also a subscriber. All right, so how do we turn these into one thing? I guess we get whatever parameters we need from here, which is kind of what I was trying to do. Makes you want to be a big streamer like you. Oh, big streamers are probably getting quite a lot of money from ads. Although I always think the ads are going to pale in comparison to the other forms of revenue. I'm not complaining. Please, no one take this as a complaint. But for a stream of my size, you'd expect way more subs. I'm not saying that I'm a huge streamer or anything. But if you look at streamers who have like 1/5 the number of viewers as I do, they usually have the same number of subscribers. I just never push for this stuff. I don't care. I want you all to just watch. I think you shouldn't have to pay. And yeah, it's not a huge difference for me. But yeah, if you were a big streamer, you'd have ad revenue being, like that, and then sub revenue being probably a lot. Same thing with sponsorships, bits, whatever else. Yeah, and I should be taking breaks, but today I'm not going to be doing the afternoon stream, so that's why I'm kind of just barreling through everything. But at some point, I should take a break anyway. All right, I've been kind of waffling on this because I'm not sure what the best interface for this would look like. Irad, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Like I said, that's why I was trying to preface it with this is not a complaint. I don't mind. I definitely appreciate subs. I don't want people to feel bad about this stuff. Hey, TJ, I'm part of the problem. It's not a problem. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Orlin. Yeah, if I were trying to make a living off of just Twitch, it would be a problem. Like, I can't sustain myself on $250 a month. But I'm not trying to do that. All right, so the old way that we were doing things, we passed in, 4 different Booleans or something? And a sprite sheet path? So I think we kind of just need to do the same thing, but just pass in everything. Alternatively, we make functions that we can call from here that are common. I'm not sure what's best. We add all these animations whether or not we need this. We could do that, but we don't do that. Let me set these things up. Okay. Hey, Midnight Simon. Thanks for the raid. How's it going? Were you doing more leak code stuff? $250 a month just from ads, or is that total Twitch revenue? That's total Twitch revenue. Oops. Let me give Midnight Simon a shout out. Howdy, everyone. It's vibe coding. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for sharing the... I was like in the middle of a workout when I was talking to you, and I'm like, I hope I'm not asking too many questions. But yeah, thanks for sharing some of the insight behind why you're doing what you're doing. Obviously, it resonates with me because I had a very similar past to what you had. And I think for me, one of the things, you might find this interesting. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. I have a very rigorous process for myself, which is every Monday, I look at what I consider to be my most important tenets. And there are just 3 things right now. There's sustainability. Can I continue to do this over a long period of time? And by this, I mean streaming, game development, all of that. 2, and this has been pretty important lately, is am I taking breaks? Because otherwise I tend to burn out. That one's pretty easy for most people, but it's not that easy for me. And then grit. This is the last thing, which is sometimes you encounter boring tasks, frustrating tasks. You still need to get your project done. Are you persevering? Are you continuing through it? So every week I look through this and I'm like, okay, what happened last week? And this goes back for however many 72 pages worth of weeks that I've been looking at my tenants. And then there's some other notes in there too. But yeah, I find this really nice. And I think the sustainability bit is pretty important. And I think for a lot of people, there's the monetary sustainability of what you're doing. That part, I'm kind of hoping just follows with me doing what I like. But yeah, the mental sustainability, I don't think is there for everybody. And I especially think it's not there if you're trying to climb in viewership by quite a lot. A lot of people are like, oh, I'll just put in more time. And to some extent, that will help. It's like when I cut down on the amount of time I was just doing a couple of weeks ago or a few weeks ago for marketing, it's like, yeah, viewership dropped. And it makes sense. People want to have a consistent schedule. We were not talking about how I need subs, just to be clear to anyone. I appreciate the subs I have. I'm not trying to find more subs. Okay, so I think the best way to do this is to do what I had here, where we pass in anything that we might need, but we stop pulling stuff from here so that this could be static. That's what I want it to be. Yeah. This should be static, and there are no errors. Yeah, no errors, and then this should be static. Okay. Hope I can sustain for about 2 years. Yeah. Yeah. And you've already been doing some content creation stuff, and I imagine you had to have a pretty good work ethic to have been at Google. So I don't think it's going to be too difficult, but I think it's easy to let it get away from you and then not be focusing on stuff that you actually like doing. And one of the things with LeetCode in particular, I mean, I know you said you were vibe coding today, but with LeetCode, there's this concept of entering up in like a tutorial, like a feedback loop or something. So on the consumer side of things, this happens totally differently. It's people never actually learning because they just do tutorials. But on the producer side of things, it's that there's an endless amount of beginners for some topics. So when you make a tutorial, people keep asking for tutorials. And this is the thing that I think is dragging for some content creators. They make a tutorial because they're like, oh, I just like this technology. Maybe I'm working in whatever, VS Code or Blender. So I make a Blender tutorial. And then people are like, oh, cool. Can you do this topic or this topic? And you're like, okay, sure. And you do those things and you're still learning and you're having fun yourself. And now it's 2-3 years later and you've mastered Blender and people are still like, how do I make this sphere blue? How do I? And you're just like, I want to stop making tutorials. I want to make something more advanced. So you try that and then your viewership drops. And yeah. How are you making monetary sustainability thing work? Are you making most of income from game sales or something else? Well, that's the plan eventually. But right now, Scala Seller is not for sale yet. So I've made 0 from Scala Seller. In fact, I've made negative from Scala Seller. But eventually, I mean, on March 17th, it's going to be for sale. And at that point, yeah, the goal is to actually get sales. To work from home, if I didn't take enough breaks, work long hours without realizing it. Yeah, well, and especially today, it's like I'm intentionally not taking as many breaks as I probably should be. Is your keyboard also fly? Hey, Seaplane. It is very fly, yes. What's the estimated price? I can tell you the exact price. It's $15 with a 15% discount on top of that. And then there's going to be local currency. So what I just said is in US dollars. But yeah, if you wanted to know, like, what is it in whatever euros or something, I could tell you. Yeah, 1 month away. Exactly 4 weeks. It'll be launching on Tuesday, 1 hour ago. 4 weeks from now. Steam the best way to buy it for you? Yeah. Well, actually, probably not. I think itch might be better. I don't know what I'm going to set my itch percentage to. Right now, I think it's 10%, but I could technically set it to 30% or something. But don't worry about that. Just pick whatever way is best for you, and probably that's Steam. And that would get you achievements as well. All right. So let me think about this. Right now, we have... Maybe what I should have done is just take out these things from this function. Because all we need to do is figure out what the row index is, right? Yeah, okay, all right. I know this is tedious, what I've been doing here, and I know I've just copy-pasted something a bunch of times. But we're going to try this again. This is going to be private static sprite frames set up. What did I call the other ones? Get sprite frames common. Yeah, so anything that I can't do from this function, we're going to pass in. So we need to know the row index. Row index is 2 times the character index. Okay. So now we don't do any of this stuff. So has attack, has big sprite. So frame width and frame height. Yeah, I don't want things figuring this out for themselves. And we don't want that either. And then the rest of this function just works. Nice. All right, this isn't too bad. I know it's taken a very long time and I'm still not even done with it, but we're getting there. So now get enemy sprite frames is going to be return get sprite frames common, and now we pass in everything. Yeah, so this is good except for this part. We need frame width equals enemy data, and that's ×2, is that correct? Yes, ×2. And then frame height, same thing. And then pass those things in. And I think we're good. So there's the enemy function. This looks a lot better. And now we need the adventurer function. Yeah. Okay, so we put this here. So now this is going to be the same sprite sheet path for everybody. Put that up there. Then has death animation is always true. Has attack animation is always true. In fact, I should have done this. Has death animation. Has attack animation. Has attack 2 animation is false, although for mushy it should be true, I think. Maybe something's wrong about that. All right, and then row is going to be... Where is that? Here. And then frame width and frame height are just... battler width in pixels and battler height in pixels. And then we delete all of this stuff. And I think we're good. So now this can go away. And the only thing we still need to do is this stuff. Sprite.play at the end. Whew. I sure hope I'm doing things right. Yeah, that I can fix later. All right, so this is what, the enemy function? Yes, enemy. And we have setup animation frames, not anymore. We're going to do sprite frames equals get enemy sprite frames. Set it, great. Common init could have done this too. I can clean out some other stuff. So this is going to be get adventurer sprite frames, and we take in the adventurer class, which we don't even have. Where did we get that from? Okay, let's go look at Battler on GitHub. Battler. Because, yeah, I don't know where that came from. Adventurer class. SeaTac. It's an airport. All right, well, that's unfortunate. So SeaTac can't be null here. This has to exist. Get component. Don't care about that. Just want the adventurer class. Set it, and we're done. Okay, next, we got to not save this, I think. This probably doesn't matter. Let's just delete this question mark, and then we have to cache. Yeah, they're named arguments, which is especially nice if you have a lot of optional arguments. It's also nice when you have something like void, foo, bool, some bool, some other bool. Like, when you see a function call that looks like this, it's sometimes hard as a programmer to be like, what's that true for? What's that false for? And then you have to go look at the function. So yeah, it's nicer to just see some bool, colon, some other bool. Make sure it runs okay before caching. Yeah, that's a good point. And have I missed anything else here? I don't know. Oh yeah, this is definitely unnecessary. Fish. I don't think I did anything with fish. Whoops. Okay, yeah, my bad. I think fish are going to be broken. And I wouldn't have even tested fish. So if battles look the same, then we're fine. Did something break already? Didn't I have a battle saved? Alright, let's just send U3 into the volcano. Alright, click the mines. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They all look fine. Kind of surprised I got that working on the first try. Wait a second. Does Mushy have a revive animation? What? I think that's not working. Revive animation. Copy attack 2 to revive. This is specifically for Mushy. Okay, I don't think this is working. I think... Oh, I know why. I know why. Has attack 2 animation. For adventures, we set this to true. I did not do that correctly, did I? Adventurer. Yep, I set it to false. I don't know how I did that. But that should fix that. So now Mushy should be able to arrive. And now we need fish to work. Fish. There. Set up fish animation frames. That's for enemies in particular. Don't we know if something's a fish from the enemy ID? Enemy ID, fish. Yeah, fish and flimsy fish. So can we just do that? Oh, nice sound of gaming. Yeah. I really like my Mac Studio. I just wanted a silent, powerful computer. And had there been a silent, powerful Windows machine at the time, I probably would have just gotten that. I don't really care too much about the operating system that I use as long as it has some of the utilities I expect, like a text expander and some kind of like window managing thing for moving windows around. That's pretty common. The text expander is a little less common. Also, Windows has auto hotkey. Auto hotkey is amazing. It can do so much. And I've never seen a program like that on another operating system. And I've tried. I've looked into it on Linux and on Mac, and some stuff kind of exists, but it's not nearly as powerful. Like Mac has Hammer Spoon, and I'm using it, but I don't like it as much as auto hotkey. All right, so we have nothing doing this right now, right? Set up fish animation frames. Yeah, nothing's calling this. And if all we want to do is this exact same thing, I guess we can put this in the setup enemy spray frames. No. We'd want to do this before that. What did this do? This is not good. Yeah, otherwise do this, I guess. I don't really like that, but that should work. So now we should see Mushy Revive animation and fish working. Yeah, you can paste a link. Probably save on power a bit. Yeah, auto hotkey is Windows specific software that lets you automate almost anything. And it starts with either a hotkey usually or a hot string. So a hotkey is something pretty obvious, right? You type something like Control plus F12 and you can just have it do something. Or a hot string is you just type a word or any string of characters you want. So you could type like, well, you could type like QWERTY, for example, and then you could have it open a window, or you could have it, I don't know, like make text and stuff. So some of the ways that I use this, let's say I have a link on my clipboard and I want to make a reference to it. Watch this. I type out Command-Alt-Shift-Control-R, and it just typed out the word reference in parentheses and made it a link to what was on my clipboard. So like I do that frequently enough where I want there to be something that does it for me. And auto hotkey was a nicer way than the Mac way of doing it. And that same thing, again, I have a link on my clipboard. If I type ''mref and then type a space, it just typed out all of the markdown for making a reference link that same way. It's not crazy to do this. It's nice to have it. You also probably frequently see me type out things like this to get the current time, or when I would start or end a meeting, I'd have the same sort of thing too. It's like I just typed all that out with what, 7 characters or something. That's also pretty nice. But that's from a Spanso. So I use a lot of different things. The Spanso is available on Windows, although if you're using auto hotkey, you probably don't need it. And if you want my configurations, they're all over there. And that way too, even emojis, if you type like sunglasses, face, or whatever, any of these sorts of things, it's nice to just type them out and not use some emoji picker that has terrible UI, or you have to like go find the emoji that you're looking for. It's like, you know what the emojis are. So you can just type them. Okay, so yeah, fish and mushy. Let's go try this. Hey, Hef. I will read your message in just a sec. I just want to test this out. Done. Okay, so what is their revive animation? They should get back up from the ground when they die. Come on. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, cool. So that's working. And now what about fish? We don't even have a fishing pond. Where's the fishing pond? There it is. I don't have the money. Let's get the money. Let's go fight some fish. I mean, they're rendering fine. And they're dying just fine. Are they getting caught just fine? Minimize this. Yeah, it looks like it. And actually, whatever fish you defeat in the battle is the one that gets pulled out of the pond, even if it didn't exist in the pond. Kind of hard to show this, though, because it's really hard to tell what the fish looked like if it's on fire. Well, it's probably working. I don't know. One of the big things that makes it work well is how integrated it is with Win32 API. Yeah. Yeah. And it was just nice. It was like there were a lot of ways of doing things, and the syntax just kind of worked a lot of the time. Yeah. So on Mac, I'm using Hammerspoon, and if we look at my configs for this, I've only got a few. There's this one that I use all the time. This is this script, and it's very simple. I press Alt and a certain character, and it goes to a certain application. And then I wrote this stuff myself. This is actually a little bit tedious, I guess. But yeah, this is what lets me go to, let's say, VS Code, then the terminal, then Obsidian, then Chrome. And it's just super fast. There's no animation time. It just brings that window to the front. And if the window's not open, it'll open that application. So like, I don't have my password manager open most of the time. I love that. And then I have something like this. I can resize it. Oh, that didn't work. What just happened? Okay, I can resize a window so that when I'm making a particular, like a YouTube video, it'll go to exactly the size regardless of my monitor resolution. Hey, catch up. Here I am, whatever, tabbing like a pleb. So if you're on Windows, I don't know if you're on Windows, but if you're on Windows, by default, built in, you can just type like Windows key 1 or Windows key 2, and whatever icon is on your taskbar at that position, it'll activate that. And if you keep pressing it, so let's say you hold Windows key and then press 1 twice, it'll go between the windows you have open of that application. So like, let's say you have 4 Chrome windows open, and Chrome is your first taskbar element, then yeah, you'd go to your second Chrome window by doing this. Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah. But yeah, this is one of the nicest Windows things by default. And it's why I have those specific shortcuts that I have, because when I was using Windows, Chrome was my first application, then Explorer, then VS Code, then my note-taking program, which was OneNote back then my terminal. And I was like, okay, I might as well just have the same muscle memory for that. Okay, so now we've done everything except for cache this stuff. And also move the functions to where they belong. So let's do both of those things. Oh, you know what? We could put this in its own file now, too. Because these are just static. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. Where do we have? We have walk sprite sheet converter. Yeah, I'll save this as battle sprite or battle sprite frames. Okay. Battle sprite frames. Oh, we got to go import everything. And this technically comes from Battler, right? That's not public. Is it only ever used there? Yeah, it's only ever used there. And yep, that's fine. Oh, wait, it is public. What? How does that work then? Hold. Oh, it just doesn't exist in the context. Oh. All right, yeah, I thought I had gotten that already. Is that everything? Default animation, this comes from Battler. Ugh. All right, so fine. Let's just search for animation names here. Battler. Oh yeah, Battler with 3 T's. There we go. Then Battle Animation FPS also comes from Battler. Although if it's never used anywhere else, then I don't really care about it, right? Now we can delete these things. Hey, Yusuf. And hey, Boolean. Yeah, if you want more tips like that, I made a whole set of videos on this stuff. I hope that's a command for it. Yeah, that is a command. Okay, yeah. I made a whole playlist of videos over here. They're not super long. Wait, there's a video missing from here. Adam learns Mac efficiency. Hello, old Adam. How do I add this to a playlist? Save. And I want to find the course development efficiency one. Aha. Neat. So now it should appear in here, right? 6 videos? 6 videos. Nice. Yeah, I highly recommend checking some of this stuff out. A lot of people have benefited from it. And hey, you might learn even just one thing that you end up using. Old, young Adam. All right, so now these things are going to be problematic because they come from battle sprite frames. And we still haven't done the important part here. Oh yeah, these need to be public now. Which is to add a cache. Private, static, read-only, dictionary. We need 2 different caches, I guess. Yep. So first things first. If we have that, then great. If we don't have that, do this, I guess. Sprite frames we put down here. Do this here. Sprite frames equals that. And then set it. Easy. Easy. And then same thing down here. Sprite frames equals. And then return. Okay, I think that's everything. Yeah, nice. Creating sprite frames is expensive, and battles start all the time in Skeleseller, so we cache 1 per adventurer or enemy. Fish are cached in fish sprite frames. We can't have 12 of this. Fish sprite sheet converter. There we go. Is it worth comparing the two, especially now that you've localized it to 2 entry points? Yeah, I guess we can compare just by cutting these things out, right? Well, we already have the before times. Well, no, we don't. I deleted those, didn't I? But I'm just gonna run the profiler at this point, I think. Yeah, well, let's run the game first. Let's make sure it works. Then I gotta take a break pretty soon. Like I said, I have to go in maybe about an hour and a half. I cannot do an afternoon stream today. I'm still gonna hopefully be working on stuff. I've been trying to work evenings too. I'm just trying to get as much stuff as I can done. I wonder if on the Steam Deck creating a battle would cause a stutter now. Or at least like creating a second or third battle. Here for the gains. Okay, so it looks like things are working. Let's go try it out in the profiler now. So close this. And launch. Oh, wait, no, that's not how we do this. We launch first. And then we attach. And it's the one that doesn't start with a 5. So we're going to start an auto battle somewhere. And we're going to ignore whatever happens in the first. Let's just do that. Let's have the witch doctor in there. No, let's do that. I want to see at least a zombie get summoned. Yeah, nice. Okay, there was lag there for something. I don't know what. We're gonna let this run for a few battles. The first one probably won't be very good, but then the ones after that should be better. Oh, I'm not even recording anything, am I? No, I'm being silly. We need to start recording. It's only started one battle so far. I mean, I could just flee and start another one. Maybe we should do that. All right, yeah, let's start a few now quickly. There, 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 and snapshot. You can see it freezes as well. It highlights on the timeline. Is this the timeline? Or are you talking about something in here? Oh, over there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Then you open the snapshot. What am I doing? Out. Is it that? Huh. If the adventurers are set before the battle, can you pre-cache them? Although that can lead to complications. So there are a couple things happening. An adventure is really a bundle of a bunch of stuff. There's the actual sprites for them, and then there's a bunch of state like stats and abilities and effects that they might have, like buffs and debuffs. So we can't make all of this stuff ahead of time because their effects, for example, will get cleared out before the battle, but we can make the sprites ahead of time. So yeah, we do try to cache what we can. And one of the things about, I don't know if you're a developer and just not a game developer, but even in regular development, you shouldn't prematurely optimize things because you don't know where there are going to be problems, whether you're still going to have that code in the future, whether you're going to complicate your code by doing performance optimizations that then make it harder to develop afterward. As soon as there weren't any full UI freezes, showed up as purple and was labeled UI freeze. Yeah, I think it was just a slow frame. But okay, so I want to look through battle stuff here now. So we want to type battle system, I guess. I can't just do that and find everything. Oh, that kind of sucks. All right, well, set up, what did I call it? I don't remember the name of it. Init. Okay, so add battler is taking a bunch of time because we're reparenting a node. I wonder if we can get around that. Gotcha. The reparent happens from the battle system, I think. Yeah, here it is. Oh, I don't know about this. Why do we do this? It's just an add battler. But for this to make any sense here means that we already, where'd this come from? Because you already added them somewhere. I don't know. Let's just search for add child. Hidden battle node. Why do we do this? Sometimes when adding battlers, we have to defer their addition for summons. However, we still need them to be in the scene so their ready functions run. The hidden node is where we put them temporarily. All right, I gotta take a break. All right, so where I left off, looking through perf snapshot. All right, is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, have fun playing, everyone. I'll be back in a little bit. Hello again. Whew, we got a lot of people playing, huh? All right, cool. Well, close the game. Hope you all had fun and welcome in new people or welcome in lurkers who wanted to unlurk to play the game. So where we left off was looking through the performance snapshot, and I vaguely remember what I was doing, but not quite. Ah, yeah, this reparenting. Reparenting is apparently not the quickest. It'd be nice to see this for just one battle. Oh, nice, we can. We could just do this. And now we can see what's taking a lot of time. And it is still taking 8 milliseconds for one battle. Oh, that's not good. And what? Huh, most of that's actually coming from ensure component holder exists. What's the problem with this? What is the problem with this? Why is it taking time? Oh, because the first time we call this, it won't exist? Yeah, so then we have to call add. Wait, is that right? Is there an add child happening here? There's no add child happening here, but it is construct and initialize. Oh, no, yeah, we are making a component holder. Yeah, it's this. What is a component holder then? A node. Okay, well, that's a shame. What version of C# are you using? Notice earlier there's the and not keywords in your code. I'm using and. I don't know about and, but there's is and not. But yeah, I think it's .NET 8 that we're using. Oh, I don't like this. I just don't like this. I wonder if we just build this into the battler scene and then we don't have to do this anymore. Yeah, like what if I put component holder in here and we just fetched it? That would probably speed things up. I know it seems like I'm micro optimizing here, but this took 1.6 milliseconds per battle. That's 1/10 of a frame. And it's probably pretty easy to fix this. And all the reason this is happening is just making a node. I feel like making, well, we're not just making one node, we're making probably like 8 or something. But still taking 0.2 milliseconds per node creation. Kind of crazy. Then create player battlers. Yeah, reparent is taking time. Add child. Oh boy. All right, well, what is this? We're just making a node that is component holder and it happens to have a, yeah, so let's do this. Add node component holder and just give it the script here. And then fetch it. We have a getter and a setter here. What does this inherit from? Node2D and IECS entity. Yeah, so I just need a ready function here, which now means anything that inherits from battler, which is possibly nothing. Yeah, nothing does. All right, so in ready, we fetch the component holder. Equals get node. No, it exists. It exists. Cool. That should speed this up a little bit. All ready method should be a JSON. Wait, do I already have one? Oh, I didn't even realize. Because I'm so used to it being at the top of the file. I just didn't put it here. All right, so that'll probably speed this up very, very slightly. And then, yeah, you're right. This is using get node. It should be using get node cached. There we go. All right, well, if I'm not mistaken, that should make this take a little bit less time. Let's try that out and just see if that's even true. Man. I thought we'd make more progress today. Kind of a shame. Okay, so I'm not going to start recording until we've done at least one battle. I don't know where I was fighting last time. It shouldn't really matter, but I guess let's just, as long as we're only starting battles, let's just throw everyone in here because this has a lot of stuff going on. So there we go. That's enough. Now we can do start recording and I can do this. And then that, and then that, and then that, and then get snapshot. Okay, so now we look for battle system init. And now when we reparent is still there, but when we instantiate the scene, was that taking up as much time before? Where is this here? It's in create player battlers. Instantiate scene is taking a while. Create player battles. Huh, I don't see instantiate scene there this time. Oh, maybe because I need to do something like this. Ah, yeah, okay. That worked. So init is taking even longer. Oh no. It's this reparent call that's taking a ton of time. I mean, relatively a ton of time. Yeah. We're spending a total of 5 milliseconds out of 10 on reparenting nodes. That's for one battle. And then initialize abilities. Why is this so crazy? Because again, we're instantiating scenes. Gravel charge. Resource loader. Why is a resource loader here? gd.load. What is that doing there? Do I have more of these? Man. Okay, I don't know why this thing even exists. What is this? It just calls a resource loader.load. All right, this should never exist in our code base. Resource cache.load. Yeah. And what is this one? If enemy data sprite frames path is not null. Common init. This doesn't seem right at all. Oh, we have specific sprite frames for some of these? Okay. But that's only for like the Phoenix and stuff. That's not the common battler scenario, I guess. And why do we do our... how do we do this? Okay, whatever. I think we can make that better. This is loading once. This doesn't matter. Projectile happens all the time. That's a problem. Animated projectile, yep, same thing. Town hall level doesn't matter. Worker probably doesn't matter. This is only when we create them. Yeah, we don't create workers very frequently. Okay, well, what else can we potentially do here? If we could get rid of the reparent call, we could get rid of half the time that we're taking. I think we can. And I think it's going to be annoying. Because I wrote this here. When adding battlers, we have to defer their addition for summons. However, we still need them to be in the scene tree so that the ready functions are hit. We don't technically need it to be in ready. And I don't even think it's that crazy to go change, is it? Yeah, we're fetching 4 things in here. All right, I'm going to check in what we've done, and then I want to try this out. But man, it does kind of really suck. The reparenting takes as long as it does. And even if we got rid of it, we'd get our init time down to like 4.7 seconds. It's better, but it's not great. All right. Yeah, let's go check this stuff in. So this is adding the component holder into the battler scene directly. And now we need to go find out where we fetch it. Here. So that should be its own entire change. Yeah. It's something you can push off to another thread and then add on the next frame. Maybe. Yeah, it's hard to say for sure because I haven't tried doing this stuff before, so I don't know what caveats there would be with that. Because at some point we need it in the Godot scene tree, and there's probably some like engine lock on adding to the scene tree. All right, so what we do here, we stop dynamically creating component holder. This is for battler at least. Well, this is just for battler. It turns out simply instantiating the scene takes how long? Takes like 1.6 milliseconds. Per battle. I'll just say like approximately 2 milliseconds per battle. Yeah. I find this crazy. ECS ensure component holder exists. We get this, and it was purely coming from here. All we're doing is making a new one of these. Yeah, well, fine. It's not obvious from this commit, but it's ECS.ensure component holder exists that should have gotten faster, since it no longer creates a component holder for battler instances. All right, so what else? Battle sprite frames. This is huge. This is a really big change. Now we have caching on sprite frames. In fact, this stuff makes me wish that I'd saved off some like report of this that I was doing reproducibly. I can always just check out to an old version and profile it. And I guess that's easy enough to do. Yeah, in fact, I guess that is easy enough to do. Well, I wonder how much we already sped things up by. So I pretty much just want these changes. Oh yeah, we got to look into this. Battler has big sprite. Is this still needed? What's this doing here? Common init. Well, this is pointless. Yeah, this is pointless now. You can just delete it. Cool. Nice. I like that. Anything else? Yeah, I want to see where are these things used from. Only in that file. This one's in 2 different places. Seriously? Oh, man. But never in Battler. Yeah. Let's move that. And what about FPS? This one is used inside of Battler. Why? Oh. I don't think that should go there. Yeah, I think we should move all these things. Is there an easy way to do this? Is there a time cost when doing something like reassigning a variable to another thing? Yeah, there's a time cost for literally anything your computer has to do, but some of them are negligible. Assigning a variable, like if you have int x equals 5 and you say int y equals x, this is like never something you should look at. Not in a game of like this scope, right? If you're doing some embedded programming, yeah, sure, maybe you should try to look at the actual assembly that's getting outputted, but like otherwise it's going to be negligible. In fact, it might not even result in a specific instruction on your computer being run because maybe they see a compile time that, oh, I could just use X and just reject Y completely. So yeah, you should never worry about that sort of thing. Where you need to worry about it is when it's a more complex operation. So for example, any function call, you don't know what this is doing just by looking at this line. You need to know what the function is doing. So this could do anything. You could have a while loop that checks a trillion things, and then that could be bad for performance. Any sort of allocation, a new anything, you don't know how big the thing is you're making. It might be, yeah, it might need to be better, those sorts of things. But yeah, just assigning one thing to another, assuming you haven't somehow overridden assignment and, or I don't know, there's side effects or something for whatever language you're using, it should not be a problem. And remember too that we're talking about CPUs nowadays that run in terms of gigahertz. So like lots and lots of operations can happen per second. And in terms of what a user sees on your computer, like when I move this window around, there's a lot happening underneath this. And all I care about is like, is it following the mouse exactly? Is it refreshing pretty quickly? So it's kind of the same thing in a game. It's like there are a lot of operations that, yeah, maybe they're unnecessary, but it's not adding up to a whole lot. Yeah, multiple instructions per cycle. Yeah. And I mean, all of the developments of CPUs over the years. Like one of the things that if you, sorry, something looked like I had a wound on my finger. I don't think it is. Something that is kind of interesting about CPUs is just branch prediction. If you have code like some function here, and there's a check for if, I don't know, visible, and then there's do something here. When you run this, branching operations make it so that you can't just start running other instructions afterward because you don't know, you can't know the future. But you can predict the future based on the past or based on some hints. So sometimes there is a compiler macro like unlikely, and you say if unlikely visible, then do a particular thing. This is going to signal when you compile that, hey, branch prediction should almost always run this branch as though it's going to be false here because it's unlikely that this thing is visible. So maybe this is like a warning in the game or something like that, like a critical warning that only happens to 1 out of every million players. So now, most of the time, the CPU is going to ignore this list and then find the next instruction and add that to its pipeline and run it as though this thing is going to happen, even though it doesn't know it yet. And in the unlikely scenario that it doesn't happen, then it like clears out any side effects from what it had done, and it goes back and like fills its pipeline with the instructions from inside this if statement. So there are a lot of optimizations that you can just like sort of rely on them happening almost. Not like I have to code anything special for it other than maybe some compiler hints for things like that. In fact, the Godot code base has that. If you take a look at, they have a macro called warn once. And this is exactly a scenario, or no, maybe it's not called that. Maybe it's no underscore. Okay, well, I don't remember what the macro is called. And it's too bad I can't find this somehow. Oh, man. There's somewhere that they, yeah, I don't know where it is. Well, anyway, this is exactly the case where it's like error once, like, you know, just so you know, blah, blah, blah. There's something in here where only show this to the user once. This is like the definition of being unlikely to happen because it can never happen more than once. So at worst, you'd have to clear out your pipeline once. I guess the definition of unlikely is it could never happen, maybe. I don't know. All right, so this stuff doesn't matter. We've hopefully drastically simplified this. Also, anytime we just move a bunch of lines out of the file and into another file, I really enjoy that. So that's looking good. Now I think all the rest of these are unrelated. So this is cache battlers sprite frames. Sprite frames are apparently very expensive to set up. And now what else can we do? Some just general performance improvements. Yeah, this one, it's using the resource loader in more places. Resource cache, excuse me, in more places. Anything else? Well, that's it. Yeah, I haven't looked too much at the compiler level of things. I feel like there's so much to worry about in terms of performance, just at the level that I'm even dealing with. All right, so I want to get rid of reparenting. Yeah. All right, let's close out every tab we have open and go into Battler and try to get rid of this thing. Where is it? It's not Battler, it's Battle System. Try to get rid of this hidden battle node. I didn't write why we need to do this. There must be something in Ready that we're relying on. It has to be one of these three things. So maybe it's when we go to summon something. What do we do here? For the sake of a init? I think this is why, because we set the sprite. Oh my god. All right, fine. I think we can get rid of this. Oh, this is a madhouse. So over here, they aren't in the scene tree yet. So make sure that battlers don't need ready to be called. Or move that code from node.ready to battler.init. You know, it's one of those times where I don't care what the AI writes in here. I just don't want to write out cref equals quotation marks. I even have a snippet and I just never use it. These are always in the scene tree. Not anymore. Goose. Hey, Jaso. Thing is starting a project in Godot using C#. Would you still recommend using it instead of GDScript after this ordeal? You know, I finally thought about it a little bit this morning, and I came to the conclusion that I think it is still worth using. Cuddlefish had shared some things on Discord. Let me pull this up briefly. Hang on, have I missed something else here? Let me just read this super fast. Oh my god, 10 hours. Whew. Okay, so yeah, Cuddlefish shared a bunch of things, and through this, I found this gist. And this has a lot of comments. And I read through a lot of, I'm not going to read them on stream, but I read through a lot of these. And in general, the problems that I'm hitting now are problems that people have been hitting in Unity for a very long time. And I don't think that necessarily makes it a lot better, but it lets me know that I was not just some like one-off, oh my god, I didn't know. This is, yeah, it's like everyone has to deal with this stuff. And I think the more games you make and the more you care about performance, the more you just prepare for this and do things differently next time. So yeah. Hey, Mitrin. What did I say about what? I'm not sure what you're asking me about. And welcome to the stream. 30 minutes ahead of the live stream. Future Adam made a few mistakes, but fix them right away. Prefer to have not made the mistakes. What does null do? Makes it extra null. Null exclamation mark is the, what is it called? Like the non-null assertion operator or something. Do I have this in here somewhere? No, I thought I had a command about it. Oh, there. Yeah, I do. Yeah, here we go. There you go. Null forgiving operator. That's what it is. Yeah, there's a link to what it does. Yeah, I have, but that was in 2023. And I think the point was like, there are two cases here. There are Godot APIs that are problematic on their own. And that's where they were saying it's like 0.1% of the APIs. And there are Godot APIs that are problematic based on people's usage. And they did recognize that there are some problems there. And I don't know. I'll probably use C# for my next game too. But I got to be very careful about this. In fact, I should add this as a lesson somewhere. Add as a lesson for the next game to cut down on allocations as much as possible. String name, node path. Wasn't there another one? I don't know. And link operations. And just normal object allocations. Even instantiating scenes can be expensive if done frequently. Okay, so did I delete this yet? I don't remember if I did. Hidden, yeah, there it is. All right, I did not delete it. Okay, so that's going to break everything. So hidden battler node in battle system. Did not have a comment. So we don't do this here. So we don't ever need to reparent. Yeah. And now the only thing we have to fix is get rid of ready. Just get rid of all this stuff. We can call it like fetch nodes or something. Because init's probably already pretty big, right? Yeah. I mean, how about this? For right now, let's not worry about naming or anything. Let's just put this into this function. And it's got to be, oh God, it's got to be at the beginning of this, right? Common init happens at the end. Do we require an init that the sprite or the shadow is needed? Yes, we do. But oh no, that's after common init. Maybe we're fine. Yeah, I think we are fine. Oh, thank goodness. Should I write a ready function here just to say why we don't have a ready function? But it's literally just for sprite stuff, right? There was some reason why I did this. Yeah, I'm gonna write a ready function here and just say don't do anything here. This is intentionally empty. It can eventually have... No, yeah. This is intentionally empty because of how we defer adding some battlers to the battle. Summons are added after a single frame. But we want to use their nodes. We want to access at least their sprite before they're in the scene tree. So we fetch nodes from... Wait, don't I have a cref thing here? C? There we go. From init. Common init. That works, right? Yeah. Okay, now we profile. Are the keys on my keyboard blank? Yeah, they are. All right, let's close out of this other stuff. Good. Then we attach to this. Good. Then we start this thing up. Now, I know that last time I went to the volcano with 3 adventurers, so we're just going to do that. I guess let's throw in the witch doctor. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter. All right, now start recording. Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. What's going on there? I don't care about any of this stuff. I care about this stuff. Common init calls get component, which fails. Battler. Common init. Get component. Throw if null container. We don't have the container. Oh, wait a sec. Can we not do this? Oh, if we can't do this, is a gigantic problem. Rip stream. I mean, I guess Smith wouldn't be able to hear me. Should still, yep, okay. Just about to type that. Hey, dead monster. All right, so we create a battle. It should break in, and this is going to fail, I guess. I'll just say get node component holder. Component holder. No, it exists. What? So what's going on here? This thing fails? No, this exists. Maybe this is for a summon? What? Value cannot be null. Okay, let's just put a breakpoint here and do container is null. There. I mean, presumably that's going to happen if I just... Oh, what's going on? What is going on? Let's just restart this. What time is it? I got to go at 12. It's 11:12. All right, I got about 40 minutes. What's going on now? Oh, because we have a lot of get component calls and I'm doing a conditional thing in here. This is why I should just do the conditional in the code and not... Oh, chat just disconnected for me. Weird. Yeah, this is just never going to work, huh? Okay, let's try this again then. So get component holder, if container is null, print hello. Now we can delete the conditional breakpoint, put that one in, try this again. Okay, what are we looking at now? Oh, we just hit the play button. It doesn't matter. What? What? Get component. Why is that? The component's failing? Okay, my bad. Whoops. Where's that coming from? Create player battlers and adventurer, line 136. Strange. Then line 215. We don't have a health component. Who was responsible for adding this? Cakes, hey, thanks for the raid. I was on a break a little earlier and I saw you were streaming for like 6.5 hours, probably now 7 at this point. Well, thank you and welcome everybody. Show us what you got. I'm working on Skeleseller. I'll show you in just a sec. Take care, Cuddlefish, and thanks for sharing those links. Hey, Zend. So yeah, I've been working on this game for a little while. Let me just launch it through Steam because I'll click this. Unable to sync. If you play now, you may not have previous game data. Okay, sure. All right, let me even turn on the sound. So this is Skeleseller. Can you see the FPS thing up there? Yeah. It's a town management game. You hire adventurers, you send them into battle. They fight automatically for you. And they earn items that you then sell in your town. So we got a little battle going on here. I think my characters are super overpowered. So yeah, they win pretty fast. Then we get some potions. Can move into our town. Customers will come and buy this stuff. And we can build up our town. And get cool stuff. Cakes had to run to his wife, as always. Yeah, I went and checked out his raid from yesterday. And he said the name of somebody. I assume now that it was his wife. Hey, Kurdo. It ain't no exception. And left just. Big ups on Mushy, man. Yeah, but from the ground. All right, so something makes a health component, and I don't know where that happens. And that is now causing problems for us. We get it from the adventurer, and then we add it to the battler. But we're adding it before we've initialized them. This is an issue. I don't know what we do about this. Does Godot have something outside of ready? Like you just created it? I guess I could make a second init function that does this. Like cache nodes. I don't love that idea. Enter tree, order chain, description, editor state, ready, renamed. No, none of these. It's not necessarily in the tree yet. It's just been created. So we have to call a function myself, I guess. But we only do this for adventurers. Add component. What happens when we add an enemy? Oh, I guess I should be checking for a init. Instantiate scene, then just initialize them. We don't do anything special. It's just for adventurers. We do a bunch of stuff. Yuck. Yuck. Okay, so, I mean, right after instantiating the scene, we need to do some, like, fetch nodes or something like that. And then what we currently have at the top of init would go into a fetch nodes function. We delete this. Put this over here. Public void fetch nodes. Something inherits from battler? I searched for this. I didn't find anything. Yeah, weird. Why is that protected? Huh. Strange. Why is that protected? Is that the only function? Oh, it's only dispose. Oh, it has to be protected. Yeah, I didn't realize. I just saw protected and I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Okay, so fetch nodes is here. We don't actually check if we've already fetched the nodes. It technically doesn't matter. We could put a boolean there and just make sure we don't fetch them again. And common init would still have to do this for enemies. So, and I guess this thing needs to change. Alternatively, we could have just... Wait. Yeah, couldn't we have just added this to the scene tree immediately? Why did I do that? Oh, because we don't do that for summons. Yes. Kind of makes me wonder if we should have just added summons to the battle immediately. Probably would have made things a lot easier. Wouldn't have all these assumptions here. Don't we have some reason why we can't do that, though? Summons... Battlers, just summon. Yeah, here. Yeah, this seems like a not smart move. I feel like... I should maybe change... Oh my god, and this is a collection? Doesn't iterating over this thing cause us to allocate? Yes, it does. All right, let's change that to a list. I already have a note somewhere to change all of these things. Didn't that make object model obsolete? Apparently not, because of some line down here. Maybe Battlers to Revive is also a collection? No. We don't have another collection, right? Oh, we do. Right there. Oh, well, it can just be a list. And then a knit adventurer shouldn't need to take a collection. It's so stupid. All right, we'll fix that later. I already have it written down on my list. All right, what was I actually working on though? Fetch nodes, yeah. So fine. Let's do this. And then anywhere else we instantiate this scene, let's do it there too. So now we have a call to fetch nodes. We're only doing this once. This should now no longer be null. So I can just delete this extra code that we added here. And I can run it, and hopefully this works. Man. Let's turn off the sound. Okay, here goes nothing. Create instance. I don't think it worked. But it's the same problem as before. Right, it's happening from 136 over here. Common init. Common init is trying to fetch the health component and doesn't have it? That doesn't make any sense. The life bar doesn't exist? Where's a life bar supposed to exist? From fetch nodes. What be the problem then? 734 init adventurer. Init adventurer is called after fetch nodes. What am I missing? I'm going nuts. What is going on here? Common init is what sets that. That should be fine. This happens after common init. All right, let's just put a breakpoint on this. Line 54 of life bar. What's failing? Presumably health component doesn't exist. And we're supposed to pass it in init. Is that ever called? Life bar dot, yeah, it's called right there. So this doesn't exist. And the thing that was supposed to set it was this. And this is for an adventurer. Battle system. All right, I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Something's happening. I don't know what. Those should all exist. Man. Okay, so we go into fetch nodes. We should get a life bar. That's never a problem. I know this is working. I don't know why I'm even looking at that. The problem is down here. We go down to init adventure. It's going to take a while to catch up. It's probably also going to now collapse a window again. No. Okay. Init adventure is down here. We look at this. We get to common init. This is all fine so far. And the health component, which is currently null, should be set in here. But it is probably not working. Component equals. No, we have a component. What's going on then? What? And then later we get down to this and... Oh, I might not be in an adventurer right now. I might be in an enemy. No, I'm in an adventurer. What is happening then? Yeah, this is set. This failed? Actual life doesn't? Oh, it's done to ready as well. Oh, whoops. Okay. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Is that the only place life bar is used? It's in Battler. And... it's in the outro. Do we at least initialize it? We do. Okay. It's probably okay. So we have to fetch the nodes from here. Fetch nodes from init instead of ready for battlers. For summon. It's not even summon battlers now. Oh man, if only reparenting didn't cause this to happen. So that we can... Why is this happening? Why don't we just do this inside of ready then? Yeah, that should be fine. We don't need to change anything in life bar. Life bar should have no changes now, right? Yeah, good. Right, so this moves to ready. Life bar won't have its own nodes until it's in the scene tree. Shouldn't I apply that one level higher then, too? Shouldn't, instead of a knit, shouldn't I just put all of this stuff into ready? I didn't think of that. No, I can't do that because this takes arguments. Yeah. Okay. That's why we think out loud. All right, so please work. Please work and be fast. And also fix every other problem somehow in my code base. That'd be great, right? We should at least see battlers this time. Where are we breaking in? Oh, this is on regular stuff. Do we see battlers? I think so. That was pretty fast. Yeah. Yeah, the rogue is killing him really fast. Okay, so the reason I wanted to do that is so that I could profile this. Because now we're not reparenting nodes anymore. So this should be way faster than it was. Although I don't have any old snapshots open as far as I know. This one is open, but I don't think this one worked. So we click continue, then we attach to the game. Then I want to start a battle just so that everything gets cached correctly. And now we're going to start recording. I'm just going to let this run a few times. Oh, man. What time is it? 11:30. Okay, I still got some time. All right, that's probably good enough. So let's look at the results. Show me the gains. Show me the gains, game. Battle system dot init. Time is not null. Corpsey, this is too much for me right now. I don't know what you're saying. All right, instantiate scene is now what's taking the longest time. And we don't know why. It's literally just instantiate. There's no faster way to do this. And then we got some summon stuff. I don't really care about the summon stuff. So yeah, we got it down to 5 milliseconds. It used to be 10. And the main problem is instantiating battlers, I'm guessing. It's got to be battlers. Yeah, create player battlers. In fact, only player battlers for some reason. That's strange. Why not enemy battlers? Yeah, that's strange. I'm in the wrong file. Create player battlers is here. We instantiate battler. We do the same thing when we create enemy battlers. Right? Yeah, we just instantiate a battler. Why would that take longer for an adventurer? They're the same scene. Or maybe it's because we only have the one enemy? Let's change to the final location, because maybe then it'll show up. I'm going to start recording. I'm going to go to the Inferno now. Okay, just quit this, re-enter. quit this, re-enter, and one more time. Okay. Yeah, now create enemy battlers is showing up too. And is it mostly just instantiation? Not quite. Get enemy spray frames. Oh, that's because I'm looking at all the times. If I just look at the second time, it shouldn't take any time anymore, right? Yeah. So the first battle took an extra 1.3 milliseconds. This one was at 6.1. This one was at 7.8. This one was at 8.3. Okay, they went up after that. But yeah, instantiating the scene is what takes time. The only way we could get around this is by keeping a pool of battlers. And if we were to do that, we would probably save like 6 milliseconds out of the 8 that we're spending here. No, that's not entirely true because of add battler. Literally just calling add child is taking time. Hey, Weatherstorm. So how hard would it to be? How hard would it be to have an object pool of battlers? Wouldn't that mean we'd keep the? I don't know. Let's just go look. I don't think this is a good idea. We have a shadow, a sprite, a life bar, and a component holder. All of those things should be easy enough to overwrite, but I don't want to look at it at this level. I don't want to spend that kind of time. We don't have that much time. The problem is performance in real life and in the game. All right, so get rid of hidden battler. No, yeah, sure. Let's check this stuff in. Wow. Look at that. Well, this makes sense. I think this is pretty reasonable. Yeah, all of that code is good. Now we have fetch nodes here, which is weird. Only one of these should have a comment. So probably we should say, what is this, battler? Probably we should say on ready. Or no, we should just say on fetch nodes. See the comment for, oh, that didn't work. Ready underscore. Yeah. All right. Yeah, sure. Great. Oh, wait, no, still wrong. There's something, it says it's empty. It's not empty. This intentionally doesn't fetch nodes. Yeah. It's not empty. And then the rest of this is all just fine. Yeah, all right. Yeah, pretty reasonable. Stop reparenting battlers. I had originally done this because there was a... Oh, man. Hang on one sec. We add this one immediately here? Yes, we did. Okay. Yeah. All right. I understand what's going on. So I had originally done this because to accommodate summoning, summons can't be added on the same frame that their summoner uses. I guess like the battlers backing a summon can't be added on the same frame that their summoner summons them due to concurrent modification of a collection. So we deferred adding them by a frame. Also, how does that deferral work? There. Where do we add you? Is it in physics process? It is. This is fine. But I think technically adding in process is probably better. In fact, I wonder if just a process frame would have been even better than that. Whatever. Deferred adding by frame by However, we still needed to access their nodes. So which were fetched from ready, which required them being in the scene tree. That led to creating a hidden battler node. In short, reparenting is expensive and was unnecessary for our case. However, we could have just fetched nodes from another function. I didn't know at the original time of writing that a node doesn't have to be in the scene tree for you to fetch its nodes. Its descendants, I guess. I don't know. All right, that's a heck of a commit message. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Because I need some kind of win here. So what are we looking at in terms of extra stuff that we have? Nothing special, right? Yeah, nothing special. All right, I'm going to push this to the Steam Deck. And we're going to see... Oh, I also had an idea yesterday, which is that this thing asks me if I want to upload to Steam every time. It's kind of pointless because uploading to Steam is not ever dangerous unless people have access to your alpha branch. But that's password protected, and as long as they never show the password, we're fine. You know what would be really nice is if Steam had your password entry here and it just showed as a bunch of asterisks and then had like an eyeball button, and you click that and then it shows your password. Instead, it just shows in plain text right there on the page. All right. Do you want to upload to Steam? Yes, Corpsey. Yes, I do. All right, so we can probably close out all these other things that we have open, right? This and this and this. And now we're Steam. So this should be on Steam in the staging area. Now I just got to make it. Oh, wait, give me a sec. Do not show this on stream. Okay, past Adam, I won't. You can count on me. Oh, there are 3 clicks. That's why I didn't do it the other day. I thought there were only 2. There's a button that says set build live now, and then it pops up like a window.alert kind of thing in JavaScript saying, are you sure you want to do this? And if you navigate away from that page, it closes the window alert. So when you come back to the page, it looks like you might have done something. But yeah, okay. So now we go to Steam Deck. It should update. So we'll see a dialog pop up. Then I close it. Then we see a progress bar appear in the background. Then it hits 100%. Then I click the button again. And now you can see in just a second what I'm seeing on my Steam Deck. But I have performance indicators on the left side there. So we go to this and this. Are there battles running? No. There were a couple stutters at the beginning. That's probably fine. All right, let's start some battles. And, oh, there was a stutter. That's pretty bad, too. 468 milliseconds? Really? I've never seen something that bad. All right, we're going to go to a few of these battles. All right, so I got 3 battles running. We got a bunch of items in town. We got a lot of things going on. It's running at 60 FPS. There was a stutter there to 86 milliseconds. That's caused by garbage collection, most likely. But it looks like starting battles is not causing problems as much anymore. Solid 60 FPS still. 57 there. Not too bad. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is probably a decent stopping point for most of the perf stuff. Like, yeah, it's stuttering every once in a while. We'd have to cut out a lot of allocations to get rid of that. I can probably approach this again in another, like, 3 weeks Does a joypad act as a mouse? So on any controller, this is like the virtual cursor thing. But on the Steam Deck in particular, you also have the touchpad, and you can also just touch the screen. So I could just pan the camera by touching the screen. Yeah, you can see stutters at the top. Probably exacerbated by having battles open. Yeah. I mean, this is pretty good for just tapping stuff. Triple mouse. Did a ton of perf improvements. Yeah, it's feeling better. It's not perfect, but yeah, it's a lot better than it was. I do think tooltips are still problematic. Like if I show a tooltip, yeah, just moving the mouse around here is causing it to go crazy. I should probably investigate that next. I don't know how hard that's going to be to fix. Optimize for the Raspberry Pi 4? Yeah, sure. Yeah, so tooltips seem to be bad. Apple event? Is there an Apple event today? Oh. March 4th. Got it. And hey, Naria. Thank you. Yeah, I made this music myself. I made all the music for the game. All right, well... Yeah, tooltips... Tooltips aren't great. And there shouldn't be a problem with having, like, this. Are we getting weapons? We're not getting weapons. Oops, I didn't mean to press that. I meant to press that. But I want to send my character somewhere that they'll actually get a weapon. Where's the first place that gives you a weapon? Here? Yeah, this gives you canes. This gives you bows. Oh, no. Oh, was I getting bows this whole time? Oh, I don't have a weapon shop. Okay. All right, well, like I said, not perfect, but it's definitely better than it was. How's the perf fight going? I think there's still a lot of work to be done. But I don't think it's worth doing over some of the other stuff that's more pressing. I really wanted to wrap this up for today if I could. Hey, I see you. Anti-consumerism person. I kind of like hearing about this stuff, even if I don't end up buying it. In fact, I actually just heard about a new... Okay, so there's something called the... It only helps if I know the name of the product. But Zyphonics is a creator, so I could just look this up probably. Pico Tracker. Yeah, this thing. This looks awesome. So they used to have an old model that you could like make yourself. And now they have this, the advanced version. It's a tracker. It's like a portable tracker program. So this is the UI that you see in it. And all of these correspond to either MIDI events or some kind of effect that you're playing. And you plug in headphones at the top and you just, mess around with this thing and yeah, make music. I think if I bought this, it would just sit around. But I am considering buying one. I want to see. Like I could imagine taking a break from Skeletal and just messing around with music. And for the next game I want to make, I could see a lot of tracker music sounding pretty good. You only looked at allocations or CPU time too? CPU time too, yeah. We just cut down on a lot of stuff that was going on with battles. I just pushed this too if you want to take a look at the branch. Dopamine greater than money. No, I really don't like things going to waste. So I want to make sure I'm going to get use out of it. And there's a very high chance I don't get use out of that. So I'd probably want to mess around with stuff first. You know about Strudel CC? No, what's that? JavaScript version of Tidal Cycle is popular live coding language for music. Oh, I think I have heard of this. I saw someone shared a video on Discord about a girl who was making music in that. It looked interesting. All right, what am I doing? I'm looking at this. How much time do we have? 15 minutes. We're going to cut it close. Or I could just end soon. Yeah, so this stuff toward the bottom dark. Like all of this stuff. Anytime anytime there's an allocation, I mean, technically it's related to performance, but some of this stuff was like resource cache was just for performance. This performance, yeah. Branch is it. I'll link it to you here, but just so you know, everyone else in chat, you don't have access to that. Oh my goodness. So this was an important note. I should probably write down. And actually, oh man, I want to take notes on this. All right, I'll just write it here for now. Perf. Every once in a while, you have a perf event that causes a frame to take too long. For example, starting battles in Skeleseller would take, let's say, like 70 milliseconds. Even, yeah, that generally isn't a concern. That generally like won't show up as a hotspot when profiling. But if you narrow it down to just the battle, just that function call, battle system.init, you'll know / feel that it's a problem. In other words, sometimes you can't rely on just the profiler to find issues. Even when I got it down to like 10 milliseconds, it was still problematic in my mind. It would probably still have been an issue for players. So I just needed to scope down to the specific function call. Hey, Tim. How's it going? Is today better than yesterday? Thanks for the raid. Tim learned DMARC today? Good old mailing. Yeah, I have a bunch of notes, which I don't know if they're relevant for you now, but I set up Zoho Mail. Did I make these public? Maybe I did not make them public. Okay, I don't know if I made them public. But anyway, I started using Zoho Mail, and I haven't really had problems. Yeah, I use it for my Skeleseller email address. Can't show that on stream, though. Well, other than my email address, that part's fine, but not the emails themselves. But yeah, let me give you a shout out. Hey, Joss. Hope your Tuesday's been going better. We were working on performance stuff, and I really want tomorrow to be like not this anymore. I thought we used name of since it's a compile time constant, no allocation, super fast. Yeah, now we're storing other compile time constants in the form of animation names, I think. Yeah, we store these because it would have been fine to probably just use like name of animation name or whatever here, but any of that stuff would be fine, I think. Went a fair bit better sending out all the emails. Nice. Went to buy a Steam Deck and they're sold out. Getting a Steam Deck to test your game on? I think it's a really good idea. I wonder if brick and mortar stores have them. They're removing a feature from Gmail? Are they putting it in like workspaces or something? Also, before I forget, let me fill out my journal. Okay, continued or like looked into performance mostly of starting battles, made some improvements. The game runs better on Steam Deck, but there are still semi-frequent stutters. Only streamed in the morning. Yeah, no afternoon stream today. So, yeah, there's the Steam Deck still stutters for treasure tooltips. I didn't look into this yet. At least 4+ hours away from a store that might. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. I'm surprised they're sold out. Steam Deck. Or maybe it's just of one of the higher models that you want. Oh, they're all out. Oh, I wonder if this is due to RAM prices. Like they didn't want to increase their cost. Didn't they say they were delaying all the new Steam hardware for 2026 because of RAM prices and storage prices? Oh, that's a shame. Oh, it's due to the RAM, it says under? Due to memory and storage shortages, yeah. Oh. And yeah, thanks for pointing that out, ICU and Xilax. This not snapshot comparison after all this is done to see the actual difference would be interesting. Yeah, I could. I don't know if I will because I feel like there's so much to do. The most important things in my mind are to like fix the controller issues, especially the Steam Deck controller issues, and then get the newest translations in the game. How are we looking on web late? Yeah, 67%, 48%. I probably need those to be done very soon, actually. Where's my other translation stuff that we have here? Oh, man. I'm going to do this anyway. Am I using Rider? Yeah, I started using Rider, but I only have the free trial. I reached out to them and asked if they'd be okay sponsoring me because, I mean, a lot of people have already asked me about Rider since I started using it. I haven't heard back from them yet. It might be an email that's not frequently checked, or maybe they have to, I don't know, ask other people about it. But I definitely think it'd be worth their money to sponsor me. I think I've only gotten one sponsorship before. And I don't think that was the best fit for either of us. And I've been streaming for like 10 years now. So this will be sponsorship number 2 if it goes through. And if it doesn't go through, honestly, I'd probably just buy it month to month when I need it. Because like we did a lot of performance profiling in a very condensed amount of time. So rather than spend, $200 a year, I'd spend like $15 a month. Better than VS. VS is in Visual Studio proper. I don't know about Visual Studio. I haven't used it in forever. Better than VS Code. I think it will probably be better in some ways and maybe just kind of different in other ways. I've used VS Code a lot. I've gotten very used to it. I think Rider has a lot of similar functionality. And then for C#, it probably just won't have some of the issues that I've had before. Why is VS Code not like that much? I haven't heard about it not being like that much. So yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. You bored IT guy? Much of the mail I get do not have proper DMARC, DKIM, SPF. Yeah. Do you keep an overview of what you did each day? My journal that I have, which by the way is public, so you can take a look at it if you want to, but I'll pull it up on stream. My journal that I have is just these 4 columns: a date, 2 bullet points to sum up the day, which has always been Skeleseller for like the last year, and then any notes I feel like adding. This is pretty helpful when I do my tenets every Monday and I look back and I'm like, what happened last week? Oh yeah, okay. And it's also kind of nice just to see like what was I working on at any random time. Like, you think I remember what happened in March of last year? Nope. Well, let's see. What do we do? Oh, farming. Oh my God. Wow. Super productive day. Finished revamping quests. Yeah, wow, crazy. You could buy the yearly version and use it for way longer than a year. Oh, I thought it was you need to have the license, right? I didn't realize you were. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep that in mind because I do want to see what it's all about, but I don't want to invest yet until I hear back from JetBrains. As a perpetual fallback. Okay, cool. Yeah. You have a very early video about the dev of this project. I have every VOD and I have that evolution video. I highly recommend watching this video. If you're at all interested in game dev or you've been interested in my process, this sums up everything that I did. I spent a lot of time making that video. And then the VODs, I don't recommend watching those. But if you wanted to see them, then yeah, you could. Yeah, so Phil, the evolution video will have that very first version in there. How are those letters randomly colored in words to distinguish? What are you talking about? Oh, this? These are hotkeys. So when I type K, it'll go to the Skeleseller repo. So I don't need to actually click it. So if you see me go to like this and that page just flashes on the screen super fast, that's me going to another page. Yeah, that's a tool I made a while ago called Home Pagerizer. I also recommend doing this. This tool I made is open source. It's free. You don't need to do anything special. It's just a smattering of links here, right? It's not even difficult to make yourself. But these are all the things I use most frequently. And if I'm ever like, you know what, I want to move these around, then I can be like, I'll put this here, I'll put this up here, I'll move this down here, I'll delete whatever, this whole row, and then just click save and download and just put it back in the folder that you had it in. Used to watch you when you had no green screen. Yeah, back in the day when you can control my lights. Those were the days. Okay, I need to get going. An ad is about to start anyway. So I'm going to go find someone to raid really fast. And I'll be back online tomorrow. It should be a full day of streaming. I'm still going to be working today, but I can't stream the rest of it. Let's raid First Crimson. Please somebody let them know that I will not be in the stream because I do need to run. So yeah. And yeah, sorry, Tim. But take care, everyone. Thanks for watching. See you later.